Israel, as soon as we made the deal, they came out and they dropped a load of bombs, the likes of which I'd never seen before. The biggest load that we've seen. I'm not happy with Israel. You know, when I say, okay, now you have 12 hours, you don't go out in the first hour and just drop everything you have on them. So I'm not happy with them. I'm not happy with Iran either. But I'm really unhappy if Israel's going out this morning because of one rocket that didn't land, that was shot, perhaps by mistake, that didn't land. I'm not happy about that. You know what? We basically have two countries that have been fighting so long and so hard that they don't know what the fuck they're doing. Do you understand that?
God.
Yep, the frustration was really evident from President Trump at that point, obviously ending with, we're capable, so we big boys and girls, we can handle it, but I think that's a reflection of, you know, how really angry he is toward Israel, I think, at this point. Even
yeah, it does sound like that. Look, he took a big step that American presidents have been loath to take over the last several administrations. No, I would say with the drop of bomb busters on Fordo, the bunker busters on Fordo, that was a huge step that others have not taken. People said he was completely on Israel's side with this.
But
Israel...
well, that's going to get back to Netanyahu. That he just walked off saying, I don't know what thing. That, you know, that's
is that I'm not happy with Israel,
anger.
I'm not happy with Iran either, but I'm really not happy with Israel, and especially if they take off. Now, then he went to Truth Social and said, those pilots that are in the air coming from Israel, you better turn them around. Because he said this was one bomb, this was the president's, that Iran may have shot one missile in.
Didn't land on anything.
It didn't land on anything, it was shot down, and he said it could have been a mistake that they haven't been able to turn this back around. Right. So he wants to see Israel hold back on retaliating for it. Strong words coming from the Israel defense minister earlier today saying
I've talked about
responded force. Yeah. But that's President Trump as he's leaving to head for NATO.
Right. Dolt in the room, I don't know. They enthuse. I mean, it's more than a squabble, obviously, and there's so much at stake. But I can see where you'd be frustrated if you really do want. If the nuclear program is destroyed, you're right, Andrew. There's a lot of missiles left in Iran, but you're not going to fire the missiles. Right. You're never going to get rid. You know, not going to be a totally country that has zero missiles. I don't think that's the end goal for Israel. But Israel needs to rebuild the Iron Dome, I think, now too, because those missiles are obviously, probably a lot more deadly at this point because nobody knows how the defenses. What's left for I mean, a lot has been depleted, you would think, at this point.
Yes, but I don't think they're missing missiles. I don't think that.
I think they're missing missiles. The Patriot and the Iron Dome.
You think the Iron Dome isn't as strong as it used to be?
I think at this point, if it were a sustained onslaught from Iran, I think more would start getting through. I don't know. What do we know? Let's check. Let's do something we supposedly know something about. Let's check the markets right now. The futures have been up most of the session based on whatever. At least it's a deceleration, you would hope, of the conflict. Treasuries might be ticking up a little this morning, but still at levels below those key points that we remember. The 10-year was 4.5%, and remember the 2-year I think was 4%, and the 30-year was 5%. All below those levels. Oil almost hit 80. WTI at one point, and now you can see Brent. I think it was Brent that almost hit 80. Now 69, but not down as much as it was. I guess it was. Yeah, 66 on WTI. Only about $24 higher on the Brent. Gold's done what it is designed to do. I guess goes up when conflict, comes down when conflict seems to be easing. Bitcoin is more of a like a NASDAQ or a risk on, because that's up a lot today. That's up about $2,400, back over 105.
When we come back, the S&P 500 topping 6,000 once again and is up more than 2% this year. Barry Bannister, who's chief equity strategist at Stifel, will tell us why he sees a correction coming in the second half of the year. Plus, turning up the heat in that New York City mayoral race. The Democratic primary ends today with upstart socialist candidate Zohran Mamdani running neck and neck with Andrew Cuomo. Partnership for New York CEO Catherine Wild will tell us what this could mean for business in the Big Apple. Squawk Box will come back right after a quick break. Welcome back to Squawk Box, everybody. Let's take a look at the futures this morning. We are still looking at sharply higher futures. The Dow futures up by about 287 points. Not quite as high as we had been earlier this morning, but pretty strong gains given the gains we'd seen yesterday in the market. So this is building on what we'd already seen. Nasdaq's up by over 200 points, and the S&P 500, which was up by more than 50 points yesterday, up close to another 50 points this morning, and that puts it only about 1% from an all-time high. Our next guest says that a market correction is coming in the second half of the year. Barry Bannister is Chief Equity Strategist at Stifel. And Barry, we've watched so many swings over the last several months, back to those new highs, basically, for the markets. What makes you think a correction is coming in the second half?
Yeah, we weren't too worried about the geopolitical risks, so we knew that it wasn't in Iran's best interest to block the oil flow to, which is its only source of money, to its only client, which is China. So what we've been focused on is the economy. We think there's going to be a consumer slowdown, and you'll see some data on that Friday with personal consumption. As the consumers pull back, precautionary savings go up, consumption slows. And that's 68% of the economy. Also fixed investment, which is capital spending, both houses and businesses, that's also going to be about down, and it's going to be about 18% of the economy. So it's going to prove, I think, that big tech is cyclical. They are exposed very much to the top line growth and to the consumer. And the consumer is going to take a little bit of a break here. So that usually results in a pullback in the market. Nothing dramatic, maybe half the magnitude of what we saw January to April.
So President Trump is pushing the Federal Reserve once again to cut rates. He's saying now that he'd like to see 200 to 300 basis points of a cut. I don't know if that's more of the art of the deal, just trying to spur them into cutting anything at this point, but it sounds like you're in the camp that thinks that rate cuts should come sooner rather than later.
No, actually, I think the Fed already cut in the sense that when you raise your inflation target by, almost a percentage point, and you don't raise rates, you're effectively lowering the real or after inflation rates. So real rates actually are falling. So the Fed is actually standing aside. They probably should be hiking rates by next year if this economy just keeps cooking on. But we think it's going to cool off. There are consequences to imposing fairly large tariffs. Those will flow through the economy more in the second half than the first half. And I mentioned the other issues, which is the top line sensitivity to the consumer pulling back of the big tech companies. It's a widely underappreciated factor in the market.
But if you think the economy is going to cool, you must think that inflation is going to come in hotter than anticipated too if you don't want the Fed to cut rates from here.
Yeah, Becky, we talked about stagflation more than 6 months ago. It's not like the 70s. I remember the late 70s. Chair Powell was 7 or 8 years older than me. He remembers them even better. But no, it's nothing like that. It's just a cooling off of GDP, a mid-cycle, late-cycle slowdown. We had 3 of them between 2010 and 2019. Each time the year-over-year S&P 500 was down 5% year-over-year at a point when that happened, which would put us in the mid-5,000s for the S&P. But also, it's a cooling off of the economy with inflation heating up. Over 3% on the core is going to be outside the Fed's comfort zone. So you won't hear any dovish language coming out of the Fed if we're pushing inflation higher.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think that's coming. But your 5,500, we've been talking a lot, Barry. What did you have that on January 1st of this year? You have 5,500 for the S&P. That this is an old call, right? Or is this totally revised after what's been happening?
No, it really hasn't changed much.
That's what I mean. So we got 4,900. So we flushed that out. So now we're all the way back to 6,100 almost. And so now it seems like you haven't revised anything. So that first sell-off of 20%, that didn't do it for you. That didn't flush anything out. You think you're going to stick with your year-end or third quarter target of 5,500, even though the round trip all the way to 4,900 back to 6,000 has already been made?
Typically, Joe, what we see in these pullbacks is the first one and then the echo of the first one, the second one. The economy itself has done fairly well up to this point, and now it's starting to teeter. There are consequences to some of the actions that have been taken, like tariffs. And so the first one was the fear and expectation. The second one is the reality.
Yeah, but there's no way you would have thought that it would have happened this way. When you said 5,500 at the beginning of the year in the third quarter, I mean, you had no idea it was going to go down to 4,900 first, come all the way back to 6,000, and then end at your 5,500. Did you? That would have been fun to play that if you could have.
Yeah, it's been a trading type of market. In fact, the big tech names got absolutely clobbered between January and April. And then, of course, they rebounded, but they haven't re-achieved the old highs, particularly the ones we're focused on. And so it's more of a pullback, sideways, zigzagging market, a market that's digesting massive change coming out of Washington. And we do look for it to end the year around 5,500. And that's going to be tough to swallow because we started the year at closer to 6,000, around 59.
Hey, Barry, thank you for joining us this morning. We appreciate your time.
Sure enough. Take care.
coming up, the Senate. Remember, this is going on? Yeah, the Senate could vote on President Trump's big, beautiful bill this week. New York Congressman Mike Lawler, though, he's focused on the salt cap and says send it back without raising that, and it's dead. We're going to talk to him about that, plus what he wants to hear from Fed Chairman Powell this morning on Capitol Hill. And as we had to break, check out some of the Dow leaders this morning. Anderson's a Dow. Squawk Box returns in just a moment.
D+.
Israel, as soon as we made the deal, they came out and they dropped a load of bombs, the likes of which I'd never seen before. The biggest load that we've seen. I'm not happy with Israel. You know, when I say, okay, now you have 12 hours, you don't go out in the first hour and just drop everything you have on them. So I'm not happy with them. I'm not happy with Iran either. But I'm really unhappy if Israel's going out this morning because of one rocket that didn't land, that was shot, perhaps by mistake, that didn't land. I'm not happy about that.
Joining us now, Representative Mike Lawler from New York, also a member of the House Financial Services Committee, where Fed Chairman Jay Powell will appear later today. Okay, so you can comment on what we're talking. What we just heard the president say, Congressman. You can comment on yesterday. They said they called you and some of your cohorts the salt people, and it almost sounded like Lord of the Flies or something. I'm not sure what it like some weird group of individuals on the island that hoards. I don't know. It sounded funny. Then we got Jay Powell. So we have all these things to talk about. First, let's talk about the Middle East. I know that we're all. You know, none of us are experts, but we're all willing to talk about it. But the president seemed really unhappy with even more with Israel in some of the comments he just made. Unhappy with both sides, but more particular with Israel.
Well, thanks for having me, Joe. Look, this is obviously a very complex situation. The Middle East always has been. And I certainly understand the president's frustration. He took decisive action, less than 72 hours ago to eliminate those 3 nuclear sites and really put Iran's nuclear program on the brink. And so, obviously the objective has and remains to bring about peace. It's why the president fought so hard to get the Abraham Accords in his first term, to actually normalize relations between Arab states and the state of Israel. And here he is trying to bring this conflict to an end. He is trying to bring the conflicts around the globe to an end. Because the reality is you cannot have peace and you cannot have prosperity if these conflicts rage on. And so obviously the threat of Iran's nuclear program was why the president made the decision to strike. He would like to see a ceasefire. I think all of us recognize that we do not want a regional conflict. We do not want this spilling out into other parts of the Middle East or beyond. And so, there's obviously clear frustration with the fact that Iran and or its proxies launched missiles. Israel obviously prepared to respond, and on it goes. And so, this really is a moment where you want to see cooler heads prevail. You want to see the tensions come down and actually work towards a long-term peace agreement and stop this war. Obviously, Iran is the greatest state sponsor of terror, so it is not just a function of their nuclear program. It is their ballistic missiles program, which they have used extensively against Israel over the last year, as well as obviously their funding of terror proxies. All of that needs to come to an end. All of that needs to be part of a long-term negotiation towards peace. And if Iran is not capable of that, then obviously that will bear out in the days and weeks ahead, as we saw during the 60 days they were given to negotiate the end of their nuclear program, and they chose not to. And now obviously we see the consequences of that.
But I forgot, as a New Yorker, we could talk about what's happening today.
Let's talk about
the election too. New York City is never, just about anything is possible. And that's one of the great things about New York, is anything is possible in New York City.
No question about it. Obviously, today is election day. With ranked choice voting, we're very unlikely to know the outcome today. It'll take a few days, if not a week, to count all the votes and tabulate it through this ridiculous ranked choice voting system, which in my view is really a violation of the Constitution and one person, one vote. But you have obviously a choice between Andrew Cuomo, the disastrous, disgraced former governor of New York, and Zohran Mamdani, who has aligned himself with the BDS movement and the radical protesters in the streets raging against Israel, engaged in anti-Semitism, an avowed socialist. So this is going to be a fascinating fight to the finish today. I look and obviously the fact that Cuomo's the front runner, if you will, is just based on one simple fact. The choices are disastrous for the city of New York. These folks will make Bill de Blasio look competent. And so, you look at what has happened over the past, nearly 12 years with Democrat rule in New York City. They have destroyed the city. They have allowed crime to fester. Wall Street has left New York in droves, and it has created a real crisis. And so, we'll see what comes out of today's election. But I will tell you, if Zohran Mamdani wins, that does not bode well for New York.
Well, that's interesting, Representative. I'm curious, given your dim view of both candidates, which one you ultimately would prefer, because the truth is, you could see a situation where if one of these candidates were to win, that maybe a Republican or an independent, ultimately, when you get to the final vote, could ultimately come in, right? I mean, and there's even talk about Cuomo, if he were to lose, running as an independent separately, so that he's sort of hedging his bets in all sorts of different ways. I don't know if that would work or not.
Yeah, regardless of the primary outcome today, you're going to have a multi-candidate general election, including Eric Adams, the current mayor, Curtis Sliwa, the Republican candidate, and Cuomo has an independent ballot line, and Mondami likely will be on the Working Families Party line. So you're going to have a multi-candidate race. I think, at that point, anything could happen. But, just on Andrew Cuomo, I think it's important for people to remember. Andrew Cuomo is the one who signed cashless bail into law. Andrew Cuomo is the one that signed congestion pricing into law. Andrew Cuomo is the one that made New York a sanctuary state. Andrew Cuomo is the one that shut down Indian Point and blocked natural gas. So many of the challenges that New York is facing stem from the policies that Andrew Cuomo championed and signed into law. So Andrew Cuomo, by no means, is this great choice for New York.
But if you had to pick between the two, I guess I don't know the top candidates right now. But the ones that are
neither.
polling,
I would pick neither. I would pick neither. They're both
you're picking
disastrous for New
Bradlander.
York.
What are you doing?
He's ready and Mitt Romney.
No, I'm not. Listen, I'm a Republican. I'm not a Democrat, so I wouldn't choose any of these folks. They have all contributed to the downfall of New York City.
Where do you
all
land
in
on
their
the
own
current
way.
mayor then, Representative?
Rudy.
Oh my God!
Listen, you have a Hobson's choice here. I mean, frankly, it is really unfortunate for New York, and that's frankly why many people do at least look towards Cuomo, because they at least view him as serious as compared to some of these people. But to me, this is a very awful choice for New Yorkers in today's Democratic primary. I don't think any of them are a great option. Curtis Sliwa obviously is the Republican candidate. We'll see what happens in a general election here when you have a multi-candidate race. And if Zohran Mondami is the Democratic nominee, I certainly think Curtis Sliwa has a pathway.
It's kind of like a microcosm of the National Democratic Party.
No question.
Congressman, let me ask you about salt. You have been a huge proponent of raising that salt cap limit. The House put together a bill that had a $40,000 cap limit instead of the $10,000 that currently exists. The Senate took a look at it and said, nope, slashed it back to $10,000. You had said that this was going to be dead on arrival if that's the case. Where do those negotiations stand?
Nowhere. And I would just say to my Republican colleagues in the Senate, this is a very foolish decision if you send back a bill with $10,000. The fact is, 29 states over the last 7 years blew through the $10,000 cap on salt. This is not just about those bad blue states and penalizing taxpayers in those states. The fact is that this is an issue of double taxation. It was used as a pay-for other provisions within the tax bill. We have been very clear. We understand that we're not getting everything we want. We understand we're not getting unlimited. If we did, things like the AMT would come back in full force, and that would be disastrous for New York and the country. So we recognize that. We negotiated in good faith with the Speaker, with the White House. We came to an agreement on a $40,000 cap with a $500,000 income cap, which phases back down to $10,000 when you phase that out and you get around to about $620,000 in income. And you have to remember, the AMT goes into effect at $500,000 for individuals, $1 million for those filing jointly. So we are cognizant of all of it. We made a good faith negotiation. This is the deal. And everybody should stick to it.
Congressman, I want to read you something that President Trump just posted on Truth Social. He says, Israel is not going to attack Iran. All planes will turn around and head home while doing a friendly plane wave to Iran. Nobody will be hurt. The ceasefire is in effect. Thank you for your attention to this matter, Donald J. Trump, President of the United States. Your reaction?
Look, I think obviously the president very clearly had a conversation with the prime minister, and cooler heads prevailed. You have to give the ceasefire an opportunity to work, and to come to the negotiating table and get to, hopefully, a deal that brings about lasting peace and prosperity in the Middle East. I was just there 3 weeks ago as chair of the Middle East and North Africa Subcommittee. I met with the foreign minister of Saudi Arabia. I met with Prime Minister Netanyahu. I met with King Abdullah of Jordan. Everybody is in agreement on two things. One, Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. And two, they want peace and prosperity across the region. They are tired of this. They want it to come to an end. So President Trump is in a moment where if he can forge lasting peace, it'll be the best thing that can happen for the Middle East, for America, and for the world. And
Right.
we have to give that an opportunity to work.
Congressman, thanks. We'll talk the Fed.
Thank you.
How do we talk the Fed? We'll talk about Jay Powell and the Fed next time, but covered a wide range of subjects, but that's why it's called the news business. Thank you.
There you go.
Good day to be on, Congressman.
Coming up,
Thanks.
we're going to continue some of this conversation. We're going to talk to one of the biggest critics of President Trump's mega bill, Senator Rand Paul. That's at 8:30 Eastern Time this morning. And we've got Catherine Wild coming up talking about the mayor and the race here in New York City. All of the CEOs, I think, hitting the panic button this morning to some degree. We'll come right back. Wow.
You got this.
Coming up, extreme heat in the city today, and we are not talking about the weather. New York City's mayoral primary today, and socialist upstart candidate Zoran Mandami coming in strong, and a lot of people in the business community a bit of a panic about it. Partnership for New York City CEO Catherine Wilde is going to tell us what the race could mean for the business community. We'll come right back.
Guests.
Welcome back to Squawk Box. Today is Election Day here in New York City, where New Yorkers will cast their votes in the Democratic primary for mayor. Joining us right now is Catherine Wilde, a Partnership for New York City president and CEO. Good morning to you. We've been talking about how there is, dare I say, like a little bit of a panic attack happening, I think, in the business community about how close to the wire, down to the wire this is going. I think that the business community was hoping for Cuomo to win, and now this avowed socialist is, at least from Polymarket and Kalshi and some of these other polls and things, either very close or in some case winning. What's going on inside the minds of the CEOs that work with you?
Well, I think they've noticed there's a race, and they're not terribly happy with the direction it's going. That would be correct.
Is that the polite way to put it?
Probably so, but terror would be perhaps more accurate.
Terror is the feeling?
Terror is the feeling, in the sense that, we have worked so hard over many years to bring New York back from 9/11, from past crises, from the COVID, in particular in the last 5 years. And honestly, New York is in much better shape than the political rhetoric would have you believe. We've got $1 trillion economy. We've got more jobs than we've ever had, 4.8 million. I mean, we are not falling apart. We've got a strong tax base, stronger than ever. So there's much, there's much positive in New York, but that could quickly shift if we lose confidence in the mayor and if we don't find practical solutions to the problems ahead. And unfortunately, the candidate who's surging, Zoran Mandami, presents an ideological argument about the solution to every problem is to spend more money. and it's more taxpayer money. So, you know, the business community is very concerned.
And therefore, doing what about it? Meaning, is there, what we don't know, and I haven't heard, is the business community, you know, leading drives to push employees to go vote today, to do all sorts of things? All of the, by the way, he's come on so strong, frankly, in the last 72 hours, that I don't know if anybody was actually like mobilized before this.
Now, the business community doesn't, nobody wants to, especially these days, play in partisan politics in a public way. They've got customers on all sides, they've got employees on all sides. We have a very young workforce in New York City, so you can only imagine that getting out the vote among the youth of the city has been very good for Zoran Mandani. So, so there's an issue there.
So you think he might do it, but then you don't think he's the eventual mayor?
I don't. I think that I think people will come to their senses. I think that
They're not Cuomo though. You think?
But
You
would
think
Cuomo
it,
run as an
you,
independent?
you think Eric? I like Eric Adams too. That would be amazing.
I would not count Eric Adams,
Be
Mayor
amazing
Adams,
comeback.
out. I would not count him out. I think that, for one thing, he has showed humility and apologized, and I think that matters
For what,
to New Yorkers.
the first class upgrade? For that stuff, you mean?
For, well, no,
Or for appeasing the bad orange man. That's more of a problem for him than.
I think that, you know, nobody likes to see the first mayor in history to be indicted. For whether
He was
for
indicted because
legitimate reasons.
because he got off the reservation on immigration. Those were ridiculous charges.
Well, I'm not going to argue with you that that the mayor, I think, has a shot to come back.
That'd be amazing.
I think that
More than Cuomo.
well, the city again is being painted as being in terrible shape, and it's not in terrible shape. I mean, the big challenges we face right now are basically coming from the federal government. The threats of cuts in food stamps, in housing vouchers, in general, the fiscal challenges we're facing are coming from the federal government. Our economy is healthy.
What do you think would happen if Mamdani did take over? Where would you see the city a year from now, 2 years from now?
Well, the truth is, New York City is very much subservient to Albany, to our state government. Constitutionally, we have a very strong state government. We've got a governor who is moderate and thoughtful and has shown that she is tough. So I have no doubt that the worst is not going to happen. Whoever we elect in as mayor, it's not going to be a disaster because we have a state government that is going to avoid that.
So, when you say, I want to know about the supermarkets. Can we just talk about the supermarkets?
I think you're crazy. They're not putting anyone out of business. Government-run supermarkets aren't putting anyone out of business. They're not going to have anything on the shelves.
I guess what I'm trying to figure out is between what he's doing with that, he's very popular, and I just wonder whether you think that, and I'm trying to figure out.
Giving everything away.
No, I'm not.
The candidate who promises the most giveaways wins. Then
I agree, but what I'm trying to figure out is the business community in New York City is not beloved necessarily. I mean, some are and some aren't.
Speak for yourself.
No, I'm just saying that I'm saying as a population in terms of the politics of dealing. If you're a business leader and you don't like this, the question is, what do you do about it? And the question is, you know, you have Cuomo, you have a couple of these other candidates. They're all so whatever happens today, there's going to be a whole other race because Cuomo, if he loses today, will end up being an independent, and then you'll have everybody in these different parties. And do you see a whole slug of money coming into this race? I mean, I'm curious what you said. The business community doesn't want to get involved in politics. But
they might hear it.
My question is whether they ultimately will.
Perhaps. I mean, for one thing, a lot of the money has come from the Jewish community, which is probably more concerned than anybody. We've had a rise in anti-Semitism since October 7th. And Mamdani has not been effective in communicating.
Here's the picture on the post. He's at one of the Gaza. I think that's a Gaza one, isn't it? It's an intifada. Global intifada protest.
And it's very insensitive.
He's there on the microphone, egging them on.
Yeah. No, it's so I don't. I think that that you're correct. The policies that Mamdani is advocating respond to the fact that we have become the most expensive city in America,
Right.
both the cost of living and the cost of doing business. And everybody knows that this is a direction that's not sustainable, that we have to figure out how to reduce costs. You do not reduce costs by raising taxes. That just adds to
Right.
costs.
And
It's
New
all
York-
passed through.
New York isn't the place where people put. It's Chicago. Is it where they're really?
Well, you saw the Chicago Tribune yesterday's editorial
Don't become
telling
us.
telling
Yeah,
us
you saw that.
be
Yeah.
careful what you wish for in terms of electing a socialist mayor.
Kathy, I think the question was brought up how this was all going to be paid for, and he suggested, Mamdani, that you raise taxes. You had a good response to that.
Well, the response is that we already have the highest taxes in the country, and if we raise taxes further, we're asking for trouble.
What is the-
You had Mike Lawler on here earlier talking about the state and local tax deduction. In 2018, we lost the ability to deduct state and local taxes. That changed the game. When we talk about why people gravitated out of the city, high earners, we've lost more than half our high earners now live outside
I was
New
trying to
York.
look at what is the delta. Okay, so the highest tax rate with federal and everything baked in with the city and the state is what? So if you're at the
All
highest
in
end
for
W-2,
earned income, 60%.
you're at 60%.
Of your income is going to taxes
Okay.
if you live in New
and,
York.
And the delta
That's before
between the
real estate
60% number and let's call it Florida or Texas or name some
30 points,
is well, it can't be 30 points because the
pretty close.
It is.
Well,
37.
State of New York City
Pretty
taxes.
close.
But the highest federal number is what? 37.
Yeah, but that's on marginal on that.
Right. You're saying at the end.
Yeah, a lot of this is the capital gains and stuff like that. Except for the high earners, it's a different equation. But the point is that the differential is substantial. You take home, I've seen the numbers, and it's something like if you earn $200,000, you take home $100,000 almost more in Florida than you do
You can
here.
live rent free in a penthouse.
Yeah.
On the ocean.
But on the other hand, we've obviously seen there's going to be some relief in state and local tax deductibility, but there's also a penalty. There's a huge threat that the Senate is making and the House made, which is to take away the pass-through option for taxpayers who are in partnerships, LLCs, S corps, small business, and lawyers, doctors, consultants. They're liable to lose their tax deductibility just like individual earners did back in 2018 under the House bill. That's gone. That's a disaster for New York because that is a big sector of our population
Right.
that's at risk.
Most businesses are small businesses.
Yes, exactly,
And-
exactly.
and
No, and our
10%
small business economy is really threatened already by the tariff situation. And the Brooklyn Chamber of Commerce did a survey of their members, and 23% said they'd be out of business if these high tariffs stayed
Right.
in place because they depend on goods coming from overseas. So we have lots of challenges, but the solutions to them are not political. They're not ideological. They are real solutions. If we're going to reduce costs, we have to reduce costs, not spend more tax dollars to make up
Oh
the
my
gap.
God, you have moved so. I love you today. You've really had a
Because we're not
renaissance.
talking about congestion pricing,
Exactly. You have had a renaissance to the middle.
which is
You're very
working
reasonable.
very well.
You're,
By the way, I'll give you
thank you,
congestion pricing.
Thank you, Mom Dami. She put Catherine all the way to the.
Kathy, thank you for coming in this morning.
Thank you
Appreciate it.
very much.
Thank you so much.
Good to see you.
Okay, we got a lot more coming up on Squawk Box in just a moment. Come on back right after this.
fixed it.
All right, coming up, President Trump slamming both Israel and Iran before heading to a NATO summit and then appearing to get immediate results. We will talk about the path to peace in the Middle East. Right now, as we head to a break, check out some of the leaders in the NASDAQ this morning. Looks like AppLovin is at the top of the list, up by 3.2%. Squawk Box will be right back. It's 8 a.m. on the East Coast, and you're watching Squawk Box right here on CNBC. I'm Becky Quick, along with Joe Kernan and Andrew Ross Sorkin. The futures this morning are higher. You're looking at the Dow futures up by close to 300 points, as it looks like this truce in the Middle East may be taking effect, although there have been some questions about that. We'll get into it in just a moment. S&P futures are up by 50. The NASDAQ indicated up by 231. Treasuries, we've seen the yields at least rise a little bit this morning. The 10 years at 434, the 2 years at 384. Oil prices are off sharply. Fed Chair Jay Powell is set to face questions about the economy and rates today. That's in a hearing on Capitol Hill. Oil prices down significantly. WTI is off by about 3.5%, and this comes after a big drop yesterday as well. WTI is at 66.13, Brent at 68.97.
I want to get straight over to Frank Holland this morning. He's got a look at this morning's pre-market movers. What's going on, Frank?
Good morning, Andrew. We're going to start off with shares of Tesla. They're climbing. They're up right now. You can see they're up just over 2% right now after an 8% jump yesterday. You see the spike over there yesterday following the launch of its robo-taxi service in Austin over the weekend. However, yesterday, the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration contacted Tesla after a few videos on social media showed robo-taxis traveling in the wrong direction and braking hard in the middle of the traffic. But you can see those concerns, they are not weighing on shares today. They're up right now, too, and just about a third of 1%. Turning to defense stocks right now, shares of Lockheed Martin, RTX, Northrop Grumman, you can see all three of them, they're lower after the announced ceasefire between Israel and Iran. Investors are apparently thinking that there's a potential end to this conflict, and that could lead to less spending for the nation's biggest military contractors. President Trump reiterating on social media that the ceasefire is in effect. And he said now that Iran will never rebuild its nuclear facilities. Taking a look at these stocks right now, you can see Lockheed Martin down more than 1%. Similar story for RTX. Northrop Grumman down just about 0.75%. Let's finish with FedEx. Shares are higher by about 0.5% right now. Actually, over 1% right now. Ahead of its Q4 report after the close today. Revenues forecast to decline by 1%, while EPS is forecast to grow by 8%. A few big things to watch for here. Guidance for the next fiscal year, the impact of tariffs, especially on the express air delivery business, and any commentary about customer loss or gains for its freight division ahead of a planned spinoff. Some people I talked to also said there might be some discussions about corporate governance. Again, this legendary founder, Fred Smith, passed away over the weekend. He was the chairman of FedEx. Back over to you.
Okay, Frank. Yes, indeed. We're talking about that great chairman, one of the great legends of American business. Thanks, Frank.
Thank you.
President Trump posting earlier this hour that Israel would not attack Iran, that all of the planes that were in the air would turn around and nobody would be hurt. But there are reports just in the last few minutes that say Israel just attacked a radar station in Iran. Joining us right now to kind of sort through all of this and see where we stand right now is Michelle Flournoy. She is the co-founder and managing partner of consulting firm West Exec Advisors. That's a strategic partner of Teneo. She served as Under Secretary of Defense for policy in the Obama administration. And Michelle, let's just talk about what we've heard this morning. Some pretty amazing footage that we saw from the president himself as he was preparing to leave for NATO, where he expressed frustration and anger at both sides of this conflict, but he was far more pointed in his criticism of Israel, probably because of what the United States has just done in the last couple of days to help Israel's point and to try and keep Iran from actually acquiring nuclear weapons. What do you make of what you've seen and heard this morning?
Yeah, well, I think the United States is right to put pressure on both sides to comply with the ceasefire, but it's not uncommon for there to be early violations and confusion as ceasefires are being put in place, particularly when you consider the damage that's been done to Iran's military chain of command, their communication systems. You've got leaders dispersed and hiding in different places. So, not terribly surprising that there were some early violations, but I think the United States is absolutely right to now put pressure on both Iran and Israel to get the ceasefire in place going forward.
We don't know exactly the timeline for some of these things. We did hear from the president earlier this hour that the planes had turned around. We got reports just in the last 10 minutes or so that this radar station had been bombed, apparently somewhere near Tehran. Would you chalk that up to the message still getting passed down the line, or do you think there's something else here?
No, I think that there's, once things are in motion, very much harder to stop them in the middle of a strike, for example. But I think the focus now should be when Israel's whatever their counterattack is complete, to really put pressure on both sides to stop. There are really two key questions here about where this is going to go long term. The first is, what's our assessment of how much damage was actually done to Iran's nuclear program, both the facilities themselves, which were bombed, but also the stockpile of enriched uranium. We don't know if that was moved. We don't know how much of it was destroyed, how much of it was protected. So I think that is a huge question that will determine whether Israel in particular will feel that it can live with a ceasefire and negotiations, or whether they will have pressure to resume if the battle damage assessment is not as positive as they hope. The second question is, does Iran come to the negotiating table more seriously than it did before? And again, if negotiations seem to be in good faith and they're considering real limits on their nuclear program going forward, that will lead us down one path. But if they hem and they haw and they avoid and they dissemble, and it seems that it's going nowhere, then again, this may not be over. You could imagine a situation where if there is still nuclear key elements of the program intact, key material stockpiles still intact, and negotiations are going nowhere, you could imagine Israel feeling compelled to restart the conflict. So I understand that we all want to a big sigh of relief today with the ceasefire, but this is far from over as yet.
Michelle, I understand those are the key questions, but it seems almost impossible to get answers that can be verified anytime soon on either of those fronts.
It's going to take some time. So in the meantime, the things to watch are the two sides complying with the ceasefire, and is Iran willing to come to the negotiating table again? Those things we can expect sooner rather than later, but you're right, it's going to take some time before we have an accurate intelligence assessment of the damage to facilities and the state of the stockpile.
I mean, how do we even get that? Are we anticipating that Iran's going to say, come on in, come take a look at Fordo, come take a look around?
I doubt that. I do think, well, certainly we'll learn some things from national technical means like satellite imagery, possibly signals intelligence, hearing communications among Iranian officials. Israel has other intelligence operatives on the ground. So it will be using all the different intelligence means to try to piece together some picture of what we think was accomplished through the strikes.
Israel has Mossad on the ground. We know they have their intelligence gathering. Does the United States have any? And do you trust what the Israeli intelligence tells us?
Well, I'm no longer privy to know what exactly we have on the ground, but I think historically, you're right, Israel has had very good contacts there. And again, I think it'll be a process of comparing what we know, what they know, and coming to some determination of what we trust and what we believe to be true. But I think the main message for many of your listeners is, we at West Exec and our partners at Teneo, we're talking to leading CEOs every day, helping them to figure out, is it safe for their people to go back into the region? What can we expect in terms of opening of airspace or impacts on supply chains? This is still a good time to dust off your contingency plans, to exercise those plans, to really make sure that if there is a next round, you're ready and you're prepared for whatever may come.
Michelle Flournoy. Michelle, thank you for your time this morning.
Thank you.
Coming up, Deputy Treasury Secretary Michael Falkender joins us to talk about the tax bill timeline and much more. And then later, reaction to the president's comments this morning about the situation between Iran and Israel. Senator Rand Paul's going to join us. We're coming right back.
Educator.com.
President Trump and his team making one final push to get the president's tax bill across the finish line by next week. Michael Falconer is the Deputy Treasury Secretary. And Mr. Secretary, it's good to see you. Watching from where we are, it just seems like there's, so many. We're going to have Rand Paul on, for example. There's so many different constituencies, single person constituencies on both we just had Michael Lawler on as well. Are you confident that when push comes to shove, there's some type of path to passage?
Absolutely, Joe. So the president has been engaged, the secretary's highly engaged in this. Every effort is being made by the administration to see how we can thread that needle to serve all of the different needs of members of Congress for what their constituents need in this bill. But ultimately, what brings us all together is the recognition that we cannot have a $4.5 trillion tax increase at the end of this year. We do need to provide tax certainty to the American people. We do need to provide those pro-growth elements that are in this bill. For instance, accelerated depreciation, R&D tax credits, making sure that new factories get immediate expensing, as well as making sure that many of the president's pro-labor provisions, like no tax on tips and no tax on overtime, are enacted. And so ultimately, while there's some negotiations around the edges on some individual issues, we are seeing the members come together to make sure that the Senate is going to be able to pass this bill this weekend. We'll move it over to the House and get it to the president's desk extremely quickly.
We've had Senator Ron Johnson on. He always leaves, like at the very end, he's I'm not saying I'm not going to vote. It always sounds like it could be a yes. We have Senator Rand Paul on later in the show in this hour. And I even, in reading the notes from him, he says, I'm not saying I'm not convincible and that I'm an absolute no. I don't know what he's going to say when we have him on. But everybody, I guess, postures. Is it a kabuki dance? What if Michael Lawler, what if there's zero increase in the SALT cap? Do you think that you'll have the Republicans support the Senate version?
I think that we will find in the Senate and the House continue working together. Senator Thune and a number of senators are working with House members, including Mike Lawler, to identify what is the path that we can get to a compromise that satisfies both the House and the Senate on the SALT cap. We are confident that we will get a compromise and that the SALT cap issue will not hold up this bill. We are continuing to work with members of all parts of the Republican Party in the House and the Senate to find the path on spending reforms. There is united consensus that we need to get a lot of the waste and fraud out of our spending. And so as we work with the parliamentarian to find where we can cut spending, where we can reform programs, where we can make sure that we get the budget on a path to stronger fiscal position, we are working with all members of both parts of the House and the Senate to make sure that we find those compromises. But we remain confident that the negotiations are happening in very good faith. People are recognizing the time frame under which the president would like to operate on this, and we are getting good language on all of these outstanding issues. We are still looking at bringing that to the Senate floor on Thursday.
I mean, it's kind of fascinating to watch and confusing, but so the bird bath process with the parliamentarian, can you update us on? There's some things that I think didn't pass muster. What has been decided in the last couple of days, in your view?
Yeah, so we continue to get guidance on the parliamentarian as to which things, as they were initially constructed, whether or not they require revisions to them. So we continue to work, we at Treasury continue to provide technical assistance to the various Senate committees that are working through the parliamentarian to incorporate that guidance. We again continue to anticipate that there will be some revisions. We know that there will be an amendment to the language that was already put out in order to satisfy the conditions that the parliamentarian is imposing as part of that evaluation of their compliance with Senate rules. But we continue to work together to find language that will work both to meet the objectives of the president, but that also satisfy the parliamentary requirements of the Senate procedure.
The president is I don't know what's tougher, talking some of these NATO countries into ponying up more than 1.5%, or he's going to have to come back immediately and start making calls, I think, to different members. So do you think that is there a 0% chance that a Democrat in the House, let's say in an area where President Trump won, and an area where taxes on tips, no taxes would be popular, or on overtime, is there a 0% chance a Democrat would vote for this?
So, Joe, let me first correct you by saying the president will continue to make calls even while he's at NATO.
Even while he's over there.
Air Force One has calls that will make calls all over the world, and so we're confident that the president will continue to chime in as his guidance and encouragement is
when
needed.
He gets done talking to Netanyahu, exactly.
Yes.
Wow.
This president's fully capable of multitasking and having conversations with different parties all at the same time. Now, when it comes to Democrat votes, we continue to argue that this bill should have bipartisan support. As you mentioned, there are a number of provisions. I mean, do we really want a $4.5 trillion tax increase at the end of this year? Shouldn't it be the case that workers who provide good service are able to keep more of the tipped income that they generate? Shouldn't we make sure that we remove some of the disincentives to workers in their 60s staying in their workforce and able to reduce the taxes that are paid on their Social Security benefits? So we think that there are a lot of provisions in this that normally would capture Democrat votes, and we invite Democrat members of both the House and the Senate to take a hard look at a lot of these pro-American components that are in the bill. And if they are looking for what would benefit their individual districts, there are a lot of things that their districts would benefit from that are going to be in this bill.
Michael, we just had Kathy Wild on, who runs the New York City Partnership, represents a lot of CEOs here and the businesses in New York City. And she was talking actually about the House bill and how it could impact partnerships, S-corps, doctors, lawyers, accountants, and others in terms of deductions. Where's the White House stand on that?
Yeah, so again, we keep working with both the House and the Senate. These are all different provisions of the SALT cap. So part of this is how much are individuals going to be able to deduct, and then part of it also is the pass-through piece that you're talking about, because there are a number of states put in provisions whereby they can claim it at the partnership level or at the larger company level, and then it doesn't go through and get limited at the individual level. We continue to work with both the House and the Senate to find compromise language that will address these issues of pass-throughs. It's a fluid conversation because it's part of that broader SALT deduction conversation.
Will the Senate bill still be have more reforms of Medicaid than the House bill? And is that going to be okay? Instead of talking about Democrats, will that be okay with some of the more moderate senators, Susan Collins, for example? How's that going to work? Are there discussions ongoing there?
The discussions are indeed ongoing. In fact, my boss is having breakfast with Senator Collins right now. We continue to talk with members of all of the Senate members that are participating in this bill in order to find that compromise language. We anticipate, though, and as the president has said, it continues to be a strong priority that we eliminate waste and abuse in our government programs, including in Medicaid. And so we keep pushing for as much reductions in that waste and abuse that we can get through the Congress.
Hey, Michael, I know the president can multitask, but he's also pretty keen in keeping some of these Republicans on board with voting for things that they don't want to vote for, with voting for things that kind of go against things that will help their own districts. With him away at NATO, with everything that's happening in the Middle East, do you still think you will meet the timeline of a July 4th deadline for this?
We do. We're still working towards the July 4th deadline because we know at the end of the day, neither Republicans and neither the House nor the Senate want to see a massive tax increase at the end of this year.
Yeah, but the July 4th deadline doesn't necessarily include that you
I
can miss that
understand.
deadline and still have this happen.
We keep working towards it because we see that the Senate should be able to pass the bill this weekend, bring the House back into session next week in order to pass it, and it's out the president's desk by the end of next week so that we can begin the 250th year of our country with a signing ceremony. So we keep working with both the House and the Senate to see that time frame held to. The president is going to come back over the weekend, and he's going to be able to, as I said, make calls from Europe. We anticipate still being able to get this bill over the line through the Senate and then go back to House members and say, we have addressed your needs. But that's why these conversations continue to take place even while the president's at NATO. The president is going to stay engaged with members of Congress and the Senate, but this isn't all of the administration effort. Cabinet secretaries, members of the White House staff, all of us are working to work with members of both the House and the Senate that we need to make compromises on these things, but we fully are working towards that July 4th date. We're not looking for it to slip.
Very good. Mr. Secretary, Deputy Treasury Secretary Michael Falconer. Appreciate it. Thanks.
Great to be with you.
Still to come, we're going to talk to Senator Rand Paul, and then later, Robinhood CEO Vlad Tenev is going to join us. We've got a lot more coming up on Squawk Box. Do not go anywhere. Big morning ahead.
Viciously.
We're getting new details on a crypto regulation framework out of Washington. Emily Wilkins joins us with more on that. Emily, good morning.
Good morning, Becky. Yeah, well, CNBC got an exclusive first look at what could be the biggest crypto bill of the year coming out of D.C. Banking Chairman Tim Scott, along with Senator Cynthia Lummis, introduced a framework today for a piece of legislation that would really provide the rules of the road for crypto and other digital assets. Now, this framework includes things like a definition of digital assets, when they would be regulated as a security versus as a commodity. The framework for the bill commits to reducing regulation, and it also says that there is a need for a small common sense package of measures directed at things like preventing money laundering and sanctions evasion. Now, the bill is yet to come, but Lummis, who called for the bill to pass before the end of the year, has said in a statement to CNBC that while the European Union and Singapore have established clear regulations, U.S. continues to sit on the sidelines while the digital asset industry seeks greener pastures. That changes today, she says. The new outline builds on momentum last week when the Senate passed a stablecoin bill with strong bipartisan support. Trump is now pushing for the House to move on that bill, saying on Truth Social that the House must get it to my desk ASAP, no delays, no add-ons. But the House has their own version of not just the stablecoin bill, but also today's introduced bill on market structure. And Chairman French Hill says he wants them to move together before the end of August. So a lot of crypto news coming up on Capitol Hill. Becky?
Emily, thank you. I mean, this has been a problem for so long. The two houses of Congress disagreeing on how it should get ordered. Wonder if that pressure from the president will change things. Emily, thank you. Squawk Box will be right back. Dow futures still up by close to 300 points this morning. S&P futures by 50 and the NASDAQ up by about 220. Fed Chair Jay Powell is out with some comments on the economy. This happened just moments ago, and our Steve Leisman joins us right now with more. Steve.
Becky, thank you. Fed Chair Jay Powell, in testimony before Congress today, will maintain his views on the economy, policy, and tariffs in his press conference last week, saying the Fed is well positioned to learn more about the course of the economy before adjusting policy. The Fed, he says, needs to prevent a one-time price increase from tariffs from becoming ongoing inflation, very much using the language he used in his introductory remarks before the press conference on Wednesday. Tariff effects, he opines, could be short-lived, or they could create more persistent inflation. Tariff increases this year will likely push up prices and weigh on economic activity. They're driving near-term inflation expectations higher. Long-term expectations remain consistent with the Fed's 2% inflation goal. The Fed's obligation, keeping long-term inflation expectations well anchored. Inflation has come down a great deal, he says, but they're still somewhat above the 2% goal. The economy is solid despite the elevated levels of uncertainty out there from policy. Labor market is near the maximum employment level. Policy changes continue to evolve. Economic effects, he says, are uncertain. So, guys, if you thought or hoped he might concede or take a step towards some of his colleagues on the committee that are talking about a July rate cut, I do not see that in these remarks today. He's very much maintaining his I could go either way depending upon the data view that came out last Wednesday. Becky?
Stephen, it sounded to me, based on those headlines, that it's more than I could even go either way. He seems to be signaling this is not happening anytime soon because I agree with the president, the economy's in great shape, so maybe it's not necessary, and he thinks that he has to make sure that he focuses on the inflation side of the mandate at this point, which he says you don't want a one-time inflation gain to turn into longer-term inflation, so he's very worried and focused on that. It just sounds to me like he's focused entirely on inflation and the potential for inflation to show up.
I think that's right. The question you might ask yourself, though, Becky, is what happens if we get a June inflation report, which I believe comes around the middle of July or so, July 11th, which is benign again. If that happens again, I think it's going to be a little harder to hold his committee in line and perhaps for him to maintain his position that we're going to get higher inflation. You see that he's very insistent that there will be price effects on from tariffs. So there's two questions. The extent to which they are offset, you do have some declining service inflation. That's good. Some of the housing numbers have been better. Some of the non-housing core numbers have been good as well. But you do have this uptick in goods prices. It's not like there wasn't a tariff effect in the main numbers. It's that they were, first of all, they were modest. You could see them in there, but they were also offset by other issues. So what's going to happen with oil prices? They seem to be pretty well controlled. That's a very important development for the Fed and for inflation when it comes to the effect of the military action in the Middle East. But the question becomes, if July comes in benign again, does the chair maintain all of these positions he has when it comes to the outlook for tariffs and monetary policy?
Steve, thank you very much. Steve Leisman.
Pleasure.
President Trump slamming both Iran and Israel this morning before leaving for a NATO summit.
I think they both violated it. I don't think I'm not sure they did it intentionally. They couldn't rein people back. I don't like the fact that Israel went out this morning at all, and I'm going to see if I can stop it.
There are now reports that Israel attacked a radar station in Iran in the last hour, and joining us right now to talk more about it is Senator Rand Paul. He's been one of the most outspoken critics of the president's tax bill, but he says he's not an absolute no. Senator, thanks for being with us. We can talk about the tax bill in just a moment, but why don't we focus first on what's happening this morning with this ceasefire that President Trump has tried to broker between Israel and Iran. Obviously, he's shown some frustration with how each side has behaved in the hours since that proposed ceasefire. You yesterday posted on X that we must not forget Congress holds the war power. If we don't, our nation drifts further from both liberty and peace. What do you think of what the president has done, though, with this ceasefire and how these other two nations are reacting?
You know, the track record of the U.S. foreign interventions in the Middle East is not a good one. I mean, if you look at, the U.S., we have noble intentions. We want, there to be peace and stability in the Middle East. And yet the unintended consequences of Libya, of Iraq, of Afghanistan are 10, 20-year-long history of wars, trillions of dollars spent, and really more chaos than stability comes out of this. I hope this isn't an exception. I hope this war ends quickly. I hope the ceasefire holds. But if you look at the history of the last 20 years, that has not been the history of our intervention. So I'm hoping it holds, and only time will tell.
You point out some of the interventions we've had in the past, Libya, Afghanistan, and some of those incursions. I think President Trump intended for this to be a very strategic and limited intervention in terms of going after the nuclear facilities in Iran. Was that okay to do without Congress's approval? Because it seems like that would be pretty difficult to pull off and have the same level of secrecy and therefore the same level of success if you had gone to Congress first.
I think the intention is a limited military strike, but what happens if a significant number of our soldiers are killed? The neoconservatives, the warmongers in D.C. will immediately call for soldiers on the ground. They'll call for more intervention, and it escalates. I hope it doesn't, but I think it's yet to be determined what happens in this war. So, like I say, time will tell. My hope is that it is a limited excursion and will not get worse.
Let's shift our attention to the tax bill. You have been basically a hard no on this proposal because you don't like what it does in terms of spending more, potentially blowing out the deficit to even higher levels. I think more recently, though, you've said you're not necessarily an absolute no. What would it take to convince you to vote for this bill?
Well, I'm a hard yes on the tax portion of it. I voted for the tax cuts in 2017. I think they led to a historic low in unemployment and a great economy. I'm for that. I think we should even add more tax cuts. I don't accept the CBO argument that they won't bring in more revenue. I think initially revenue goes down, but through economic growth, I think they will pay for themselves. So the tax cut portion I'm fine with. The spending cuts are weak, they're anemic, and they need to do more. Nothing in the bill changes the course of the accumulation of debt. We're accumulating about $2 trillion in debt every year. That's ongoing, and the bill will not materially change the direction of the accumulation of debt. But the most bothersome thing to me in the bill is that they're going to expand the debt ceiling by $5 trillion. If you have an irresponsible teenager and they max out their credit cards, you don't give them more credit, you give them less credit. You tell them to pay down their credit card. Congress is like an irresponsible teenager. They've shown that they're not good with money. So we should be giving them small increments of debt ceiling and then checking to see if they're behaving well with their money. So I'd give them about 3 months, and I'd come back in 3 months and say, what have you done to restrain your spending? And I'd have this vote every 3 months. Now, the administration doesn't want that. Most of the leaders don't. They're embarrassed by the vote because they tell the voters at home, therefore, balanced budgets and controlling the debt, and yet each year the debt goes up by trillions of dollars, and they've failed at their job, and the evidence of their failure is the debt ceiling vote. So presidents of both parties, leadership of both parties, they all want to avoid debt ceiling votes, so they are adding massive amounts, trying to get a couple years down the road so they don't have to face the consequences of their actions.
Senator, I know that the Senate, that body is considering voting as early as this week as to whether to push this tax bill back to Congress or to the House. They're doing their own kind of whip count right now, but I wonder if you are as well. We've spoken to several Republican senators who have said that they would not vote for the bill as it stands right now. That would include you, Ron Johnson, Rick Scott, Mike Lee. Are you all doing your own whip count right now, or are each of you acting individually?
All it takes is those four. Those four can dramatically change the bill. And I think there's more courage on the right, frankly, than there is on the left of the Republican caucus. And I think that if the conservatives will hold strong, the bill could be materially changed for the better. And that means adding in more spending cuts. I also think the debt ceiling needs to be a separate vote. We'll see whether or not I win that part of the battle or not. But I do believe the bill is going to become less bad, more beautiful, but it has a ways to go.
We just spoke with a member of the Trump administration in the last 20 or 30 minutes who said that this bill is going to get passed and it will be passed by July 4th. The changes you're talking about will not take place by then. So do you think this will be passed by July 4th?
We'll see. I think the changes in the bill will happen up until the last minute until we vote. There will be there is the bill, and then there'll be a replacement to the bill in the first vote, what they call a manager's package, and they'll have all of this stuff added in. So there's going to be dozens and dozens and dozens of changes before we get to the final product. And I do think if conservatives stand together, if the public calls in and says, we've got to do something about the debt, I think there still is a chance that the bill could become much better.
You know, Senator, just returning, just for a second, I just wonder, want to get your comment on this. There's a real fissure, obviously, in the Republican Party. Neocon, warmongers on one side, and then isolationists on the other side. They really, I don't know if they'd ever even go outside of our borders in this country for any reason. So in this case, we know, just let me finish. We know that Iran was getting close, or at least that's a lot of indications, if you believe that. Only one country had the capacity to take Fordo. It had a B-2 bomber, had the bunker busters. Isn't it possible if it was limited to that, and you know, the whole world agrees that they can't have a nuclear weapon, and in this case, the United States was the only country that could have done it. Is it possible that someday, if it doesn't get out of hand now, you would say I was wrong, and that this was a brilliant and courageous move by the president? Would you ever say that?
I think that you mischaracterize the positions. There are no isolationists that would never go outside of our borders. When we were attacked on 9/11, even the most libertarian members of Congress, my father included, voted to go after those who attacked us. When World War II happened, there were many people who hesitated to get involved in a European war, but when we were attacked, the vote was nearly unanimous.
Right, but
So
in this particular instance,
the people, I think you mischaracterize the people who are for
But in
less
this
intervention,
particular
they are not
instance.
for isolation.
Right.
And I would say
But in this
probably the most
particular
isolationist, I would say perhaps the most isolationist wing of the party are those who don't want to trade with the world, who want to isolate us from trade. So I would characterize the polar opposites of our party much differently. As far as what happens in this instance, it's yet to be determined. There are reports that 400 kilograms of uranium were moved and weren't affected by this. And the problem with enrichment is you can't bomb away the knowledge, but also once you get to highly enriched uranium, it doesn't take much. 400 kilograms is thought to be enough for 10 different bombs, so about 40 kilograms of bomb. And so these can be hidden anywhere. So they may well have taken it out, they may well negotiate, or it may well that this goes on, and it did not deter them.
Are you arguing we need to, so you're arguing for more?
nationalism.
So you're arguing that now we need to take out the, so I don't know, that's inconsistent. You didn't want to do the first one, but now you're arguing we need to get but we didn't do enough.
No, I think you're mischaracterizing this again. What I would say is that I'm arguing that the intervention, the military intervention, may not have been successful, as people are saying, and also that there may not be a military answer to this, that ultimately the answer to the end of the nuclear program is going to involve diplomacy.
Senator, the only thing I'd say with that is your argument definitely bolsters the Israeli position that they need to be able to continue to take out the missiles that are there so that none of the uranium that's left over could be put on a missile and launched towards anywhere in Israel.
And unless you can bomb away their knowledge to make missiles, I don't think that the military is necessarily the solution. And there are two possibilities here. Iran may appear chastened and they say, we want peace and we're no longer going to do anything, or they may rush headlong to the bomb. And so we won't know that for a while, but it may well be that this steals their resolve, that nationalism triumphs over reason, and that they do rush headlong. And I think all of us, don't want them to have, to have irrational religious mullahs with a nuclear weapon. But there's a question of whether this works or doesn't work, and I think the time will tell that.
I guess the worst case scenario is if they undertake both of those, the public face being chastened, the private face being that they're rushing towards something. Senator, thank you very much for being with us. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you.
Coming up, Robinhood's CEO Vlad Tenev is going to join us right ahead of the company's shareholder meeting. His thoughts on the markets, trading competition, all the geopolitical tension, and so much more. Vlad Tenev right after this. You do not want to miss this conversation. Welcome back to Squawk Box for a look at how retail investors are responding to the conflict in the Middle East and so much more. Joining us right now is Robinhood co-founder and CEO Vlad Tenev, right here on the set ahead of the company's annual shareholder meeting taking place this week. Also want to ask you about this bill that's going through Washington right now, which could help you, by the way, beyond the Genius Act that's taking place.
Good to see you guys.
It's good to see you. Before we even get into it, what is the retail audience, if you will, doing in the midst of all of the action in the Middle East right now?
Yeah, you know, it's interesting. I was a little bit surprised that over the weekend, when all of this was happening, the markets didn't move so much in the overnight. Right. I don't know if you guys were surprised by that, but I feel like if this had happened a year or 2 years ago, we would have had a huge move. But markets were flat to even a little bit up. And if we look at retail has pretty much continued to buy the names that they were buying previously. Right. So heavy in the AI space with companies like NVIDIA, Tesla, electric vehicles, big in crypto and, you know, fintech related companies. So it's very much long innovation. Some companies like Palantir, obviously in the defense space, continue to be retail favorites, but that was always the case. That's been the case for many, many years. So I would interpret it as retail is sort of moving on ahead, investing.
How much of the retail community on Robinhood are basically all in on sort of 10 major stocks? I mean, or is it much more dispersed than that?
It's pretty dispersed. I mean, I think you can look at the breakdown. We publish some stats about the top stocks on the platform. It's more than 10. Obviously, you look at the top ones, Tesla, NVIDIA, those
pounds. That's why I was just thinking just how much of the action is focused in one place.
But new ones come in all the time. I mean, there's been a lot of interest in Circle, as you can imagine. I think that HIMS had a big move yesterday. That always, when you have a big move like that around news, you always have retail and institutional jumping in. So I wouldn't say it's just the top 10. There's new things coming in all the time. And now we have futures trading. So we did see some heightened activity around crude oil, but also that the futures traders have always been trading that. So I would say broad-based equities and crypto, it's pretty similar to how it was last week. High volumes, but no huge shifts as a result of the conflict.
Talking about crypto, we had a report this morning on the framework of this market structure bill, which I don't know, I imagine you've been focused on, I don't know. And some investors really see this as even more significant than the Genius Act, I think, in part because it would allow exchanges like yourself to register with the CFTC, which would then reduce, I imagine, SEC oversight over digital currencies. Is that the way you see it?
I think it's a big thing because if you look at crypto right now, over the past 4 years, the really interesting high potential things in crypto have all been pushed overseas. So we're actually doing an event next week in the south of France, our first big crypto event, our first big international event. And one of the messages is Europe's actually ahead of the US at this point. So it's rare that America has to catch up in a frontier innovation industry, but here we are. So I think these bills provide much needed clarity for builders to actually bring back a lot of that innovation in the US, make it available in our home market.
When you think though about sort of the next stage of all the crypto stuff, where do you see you playing in this versus the Coinbases of the world? I'm just sort of curious how you think about yourself versus crypto. Do you think long term it's going to be exchanges like yours, or it's going to be these sort of crypto only exchanges where most of the crypto action takes place?
I do think that crypto itself, there's two ways to look at it. One is a tradable asset like options, futures, and equities. The other is as a fundamental underlying technology. Right. And in the second lens, it's the next stage in evolution. We've gone from, paper and pencil, filing cabinet based financial services to mainframe to on-premise, and then more recently cloud. Now crypto is the next stage in that, where a lot of the business logic that we've required businesses to actually build is now shared infrastructure. So exchanges, lending pools, payment processors, all these things are replaced by software. So I think in the future, crypto technology will power trading and all sorts of financial services, including trading in stocks and other TradFi assets. So the two will fully merge. And I think Robinhood will play a big role in that because we're actually one of the few, maybe the only, that has a very high scale crypto business and a high scale traditional financial services business.
Okay, the other big issue is the world of Kalshi and the world of poly market. And I'm curious, and by the way, also the world of sports betting.
Yeah.
And where you think Robinhood in the end plays in all of that? Meaning, do you think it's exchanges that will be the leaders in that realm, or do you think that this will take place in these other betting realms?
Yeah, I do think exchanges will play a role. I mean, if you look at our offering, so we launched prediction markets last fall with the presidential election, and we did that in partnership with ForecastX, which is Interactive Brokers' subsidiary contract market. And then more recently, we've been expanding. We do all sorts of economic indicators, inflation, CPI, gas prices, and sports, and that's been in partnership with Kalshi. So I think our role in this market is retail distribution. We've got close to 26 million customer accounts just in the US that are interested in this stuff and are in the target demographic. So I think distribution is going to be very important. Exchange infrastructure is obviously important to make the market happen as well.
Now you were at $10 not so long ago. You're almost a $60 billion company now. Are you bullish on?
I thought a little bit higher than that if I checked.
I got 60 on, so it's how many shares outstanding? If you're at 77, 78, are you more?
Now you're asking me math questions. You know, I'm not much of a math guy, as you know.
The machine here says, based on the outstanding shares, 767,000 outstanding shares times 77. There might be some options that aren't included. But so what do you think the market cap is about? 70, 60, 70, or?
I think, yeah.
Okay.
I think your point is
my point is that
is well taken.
With AI and with, I don't know, I see some of the excesses in the last 5 years, some of the woke stuff, some of the DEI stuff, some of the anti-business stuff. It just seems with AI like you're on the cusp of, I think it's going to be maybe a great prosperous time to be in your business. And I'm wondering if you feel the same way. I mean,
we're certainly investing a lot.
I mean, are you bullish on the stock market?
Incredibly. I think that there's so many long-term tailwinds for the stock market.
Globally. Just even what's happening now in the Middle East.
Well, you look at AI. I think AI is very bullish for the stock market over the long run. I don't know if you guys saw this Invest America initiative. We're at the White House, and it's included in the big beautiful bill. But this is basically one of the few things in there that both parties generally are supportive of. And that'll fund every child born in this country $1,000 in the stock market.
We're going to have to go, but I have one last question. SPACs, they're back. Good or bad?
I'm in favor of new innovation for getting companies public. I think too few companies are public, but I think there's a deeper problem. I think it's just still too difficult, and new solutions are needed.
In terms of the model?
Yeah.
Okay, more to come. Vlad, thank you for coming in this morning. It's great to see you.
Thank you, guys.
You bet. We're coming right back after this.
Nice round number for you, up 300 on the Dow, based on what looks like, if you could at least say a deceleration, hopefully, in what's happening with the Middle East. The ceasefire, we hope it holds. Stay tuned. It's going to be, till 4 o'clock. Anything can happen. Stay on CNBC and beyond. And then we'll see you tomorrow, though. Make sure you join us on Hump Day. Squawk on the Street is next.
Good Tuesday morning. Welcome to Squawk on the Street. I'm Carl Kingston here with Jim Cramer, David Faber, and Post 9 of the New York Stock Exchange. Pre-market is holding gains even after the president says Israel and Iran violated the ceasefire he announced last night. Oil still below 66. Powell's on the Hill today. He'll say the Fed is well positioned to wait before cutting. 10-year 4.35. Our roadmap begins with futures spiking as investors continue to navigate this Israel-Iran conflict. The president blaming both sides for violating that ceasefire.
And as Carl just said, Jay Powell is set to testify before the House Financial Services Committee this morning. This is the president ramps up his continued pressure on the Fed chair. And we're going to have a rare exclusive with the CO Visa. We'll talk about the health of the consumer and as well what the rise of stable coins may mean for that company's business.
Let's begin, though, with market reaction to the president's messaging on the Israel-Iran conflict. This morning on Truth Social, he posted, quote, Israel is not going to attack Iran, adding that the ceasefire is in effect. But that was shortly after the president accused both countries of violating the truce. This is what he had to say at the White House before departing for the NATO summit in The Hague.
I'm not happy with Israel. You know, when I say, okay, now you have 12 hours, you don't go out in the first hour and just drop everything you have on them. So I'm not happy with them. I'm not happy with Iran either. But I'm really unhappy if Israel's going out this morning because of one rocket that didn't land, that was shot, perhaps by mistake, that didn't land. I'm not happy about that.
Jim, some harsh words, dropped an F-bomb, criticized some of the news coverage. Last night he did tell NBC he thought this ceasefire would last forever, in his words.
Yeah, look, I think that it took everybody by surprise. It even seemed to take Israel and Iran by surprise. But I would say, to go back to 1973, which I know seems like a very long time, but not when it comes to wars in these different countries. There was a ceasefire that was agreed to by Israel for the from the United Nations. Kissinger then said, listen, go ahead, do what you want. And then they encircled the Egyptian Third Army, and the war went from a stalemate to a victory. I think that when you hear something like this, what did Netanyahu do? I think he might have used the provocation to be able to go back and really make war, and figured maybe they thought that they could do what they did in 73. David, there is a sense that there is some give historically in a ceasefire, and the president doesn't want that.
No, clearly doesn't want it, doesn't expect it, and expects that they will cease hostilities, and that, I think, is the hope. Market obviously seems to believe that as well.
Yes.
Importantly this morning, that regardless of what may have been exchanged there, and obviously the president was reserving most of his frustration for Israel,
right?
That it is going to end, and if in fact that's the case, you imagine that stocks, right, and look at that move in crude, right. A significant move down as well.
Crude should collapse back to where it was before the 12-day war, so to speak. It should.
Yeah, as right, the 12-day war, as the president puts it. And Carl, obviously the fact that the Iranians seem to have telegraphed prior to launching missiles yesterday seemed to have been seen as a positive, I guess, by the president in terms of potentially bringing things to a halt.
Right, giving the advance notice to the facilities in Qatar. Even the number of bombs dropped seemed symmetric, right? So symbolic.
Look, I think that it is very difficult to see a war play out in real time in social media. And it makes you, because we've never seen it before, it makes you a little more suspicious than you would. The words that the president used today, including a curse word, would indicate that he's not only narrating, he's calling the cards. He's got it. And I think, again, we're not used to that. We're not used to the president saying, listen, there's a ceasefire, and get your act together, both of you. Because we're used to a ceasefire being determined by the UN or ceasefire being determined by many different allies and by handshakes and an agreement not to do anything. And we didn't get any of that. We got a tweet or a message.
And then he's headed off to NATO
Yeah,
summit.
it's going to the NATO summit, where the backdrop will be seen likely as a success, given some of the commitments on defense spending from the UK. They're working on Spain. They remain a little bit of a trouble spot.
Yeah, I think, look, do I watch the mainstream media? No. I mean, to me, I thought about Reagan. Reagan believed in peace through strength. This seemed like Reagan, peace through strength. And peace through strength works. And it brought down the Soviet Union.
It did. Speaking of which, of course, at the NATO summit, it's unclear, and their ceasefire, of course, has not been able to be accomplished.
No.
And in fact, violence continues at a high level.
But Germany just took out some more
continue
debt.
to drop bombs on all
You're
sorts of
absolutely right.
civilians. I think a train most recently as well. So unclear what that will mean.
Right.
Not to forget that there are other theaters of war, unfortunately.
But Jim, if you're right, and this can be contained or cordoned off, as you put it yesterday, do we go right back to trade deals, July 9th in 2 weeks, the Fed today?
I think we do. That's what I said
AI?
last night.
Are you going to start talking AI again?
I mean, I look, the president seems to be angry at pretty much everybody. Hey, look, I'm not going to tell him how to do, but first he may have won. We winners don't need to say anything. They don't have to explain anything. Maybe he won. Second, I think this broad sweeping attack on everyone in the media, it's just, I didn't get a call from Brian Roberts last night. I'm never going to get a call from Brian Roberts. He's our boss, right? But he is attacked by the president.
He was attacked personally, yet again, Comcast, and obviously Roberts will have a significant voting stake in the spinoff that is going to happen here. Versant is going to be the name of our company that will include MSNBC, not NBC News. And yes, I think we can all say that there has never, ever, ever been a moment in my entire time there as an employee of Comcast in which I've ever heard a word of anything, regardless of what I've said. And I've said plenty of things that weren't particularly positive.
That's why it's like I read that and I said, well, listen, I think it's peace through strength. I think it was a bold move. Right now, it looks like it worked. I think it's a tour de force, maybe brilliant. And then, I got Robert's silence. No, I just said what the president said, and I do not expect a call from Brian Roberts, and I wish that would stop. I mean, it's just not worth it.
Right.
It minimizes. I mean, I feel like I just said that I think it was really good, but I guess the president must think because I work for Roberts, I didn't say it. I don't know.
So where does that leave us, Jim, on not only Powell's comments today that the Fed's well positioned to wait, but this, some argue, a brewing mutiny, whether it's Bowman and Waller, even Goolsbee yesterday a little bit.
Look, there's too many KB Homes. I mean, KB Homes, I like to default to the actual companies. KB Homes is gigantic. And KB Homes just said, listen, we would have done much better, but rates are too high. Like, I keep waiting for the great teaser rate that you would get if the Fed cut rates, where you would get a 3 teaser, which would then I would be able to use instead of give up my 3.5.
That's not happening.
No. But I think Chairman Powell is terrific.
Yes.
He wants to see what happens with the tariffs.
Yes.
But at the same time, there's no doubt about it. KB Homes, big home builder, not a crybaby, saying, listen, the rates are too high.
Yeah, deliveries down 11, orders miss, pricing miss, cuts the guide. They say market conditions have softened.
They have. I think they have to take it. I'm hoping that a speech that goes today takes into account everything. And last night was, to me, a blow in favor of what these so-called dissidents might be saying.
Well, there's 2 right now. And then obviously you have the president who continues his relentless jawboning.
God, when you're a winner, shut up.
Of the Fed chair, but there's nothing he's going to say that's going to be different than what he told us last week at the press conference.
No, he can't, because they don't know about the tariffs yet, right?
When are we going to know about the
July
tariffs?
9th is supposed to be the day.
No. I'm talking about the impact of tariffs from an inflationary perspective, because it is starting to now. They've been around for a little while.
Well, a lot of
we collected $22 billion in revenues in May from tariffs, and so where is the inflation? Who's paying that?
Well, if you look at, yesterday we got a PMI from S&P, and output price implies core goods CPI going to 4.5.
Well, look,
but it's survey.
I'm trying to lease a car. Now, some people say, well, listen, it's not impacted. But those people are obviously they're algebraically
challenged. Yeah.
Yeah, the challenge. It's good. Oh, just a second, it's Robert's telling me. No, I think it was brilliant. I'm sorry, I think it was brilliant.
Kid. Never, not once.
He's never once called me. Even when the Eagles won the Super Bowl.
Jack Welch used to call occasionally.
A lot.
When we come back,
we'd always just say, "You're doing great."
Exactly. When we come back, a lot at stake for Visa and MasterCard when it comes to stable coins, especially after the Senate passage of that Genius Act. We do have an exclusive with Visa's chief, Ryan McInerney. We'll talk about the state of the consumer as well as futures hang in there. And oil, although back above 66, a far cry from the 78 in the last few sessions. Don't go anywhere.
Happy with it.
Shares of the $680 billion Visa took a hit after the Genius Act passed through the Senate last week, which opened the door for retailers, banks, payment companies to issue their own stable coins. Now, that is not passed yet. Joining us now is terrific peers here, especially because I don't see him that much. The Visa CEO, Ryan McInerney. Ryan, it's great to have you on the show.
Jim, it's great to be back. It's great to see all of you.
Absolutely. All right, did the world change for you on June 13th when the Wall Street Journal wrote, a move to launch crypto-based payments by Walmart or Amazon that bypasses the traditional payment system would send shivers through the nation's banks and card network giants? Are you shivering?
No, the world didn't change for us at all on that day. We've been embracing and building for years, preparing for this moment. The Genius Act has now passed the Senate, as you know, and is expected to pass the House. I think that will give regulatory clarity to stablecoins. And we've been embracing stablecoins.
We've been enabling people to issue Visa credentials on top of stablecoins. We've been modernizing our own settlement infrastructure with stablecoins. And we have a whole host of innovations that we plan to deploy around the world embracing stablecoins.
All that I know is true, and there's ample evidence of that and terrific decks about it. But just to continue the journal's bill of particulars, stablecoins could allow merchants to circumvent traditional payment rails, which could cost them billions of dollars in fees each year, including the interchange fee that they pay when customers make purchases using cards. Again, this is a sense that you are a needless middleman. Could you explain to people why that may not be the case?
Jim, payments, you need three things. You need trust, you need ease of use, and you need scale. And the reason why we have close to 5 billion Visa credentials around the world, the reason why we have 14 billion Visa tokens around the world, and the reason why 150 million merchants around the world depend on Visa to grow their businesses is because nobody does that better than Visa. And if stablecoins become a mode of currency that people want to embrace around the world, we will enable that on the Visa system and scale that to those billions of endpoints. That's what you need to do well in payments. That's what Visa does better than anybody in the world.
Okay, I just want to be sure what people know where I'm from. This is a show about trying to figure out the investment opportunities, and I think it's ridiculous that your stock fell this much. So I need you to know that. And the reason I say that is because every year there seems to be something that's supposed to knock you out. Buy now, pay later is supposed to knock you out. Block was supposed to knock you out. PayPal was supposed to knock you out. Erica was supposed to knock you out. And Venmo was supposed to. I mean, everyone tries. Why don't they succeed?
What they've done is they've found the value in the Visa stack. To your point, if you go back 10 years, there was big tech, there was fintech, there was BNPL, there was the first wave of crypto, now stablecoins. What we have done is we've opened up our stack and we've given all of these players the ability to scale whatever it is they're doing globally using the Visa ecosystem. You know, you just had Vlad on Squawk before me. Robinhood has a Visa card. Many of the fintech players that you travel up and down kind of the Bay Area out here, Visa's become their most important partner in scaling their business. And that'll be true with stablecoins as well.
So, Ryan, it's David Faber. Do you believe that stablecoins are going to be a significant way that people transact in the future?
Hey, David. We think there's product market fit for stablecoins in three areas. The first is the capital markets use case, and you've seen that with crypto trading, and that's true globally, here in the US and around the world. But the product market fit that's most interesting going forward is outside the US. And there's two areas. The first is countries where you've got high currency volatility or currency controls, where people really want to have access to US dollars, and they either can't get US dollars or it's very expensive to do that. Stable coins provide an opportunity for people in those countries, maybe there's 30, 40, 50 of those countries around the world, to have easy, cost-efficient access to US dollars, and we'll plan to give them Visa credentials on top of those stable coins that they can spend in merchants around their country or other places. The second area of product market fit is cross-border, and that can be remittances, person-to-person, or business-to-business transactions. And in both of those areas, those are additive opportunities for Visa, and we're embracing stable coins and building and innovating on top of them to provide new use cases in those areas. Right. I think there's a little confusion because most stable coins are US dollar denominated, people immediately think about use cases in the United States, when I think most people who studied this and are active in this really understand that the product market fit is outside the US.
True, and I'm aware, obviously, I think you've had a partnership with Circle, for example, for some time, 5 years. But I do wonder, Ryan, if Walmart and or Amazon were to create their own stable coins, given their enormous market, that they control, would that not be a threat to you in some way?
So essentially, stable coins are digital dollars. If you go on to Walmart.com or Amazon.com today, first of all, you have a wide array of ways to pay for things. Jim mentioned lots of them earlier, but you already have the ability to pay with digital dollars on both of those sites today. You can pay with your checking account or from your savings account on both of those sites today. it's places around the world where people want to be able to pay with digital dollars, and they don't have that opportunity today.
Interesting, Ryan. As Carl, there have been a couple of cautionary op-eds in the last couple of weeks comparing this Genius Act to like the banking system in the 1800s, where you had states allowing banks to issue their own dollars and nobody knew what the true collateral was. I guess your point is this is so much more global in scope that that's not a fair analog?
Well, I do think there's this scrum period that we're going through, and we will be going through for a while. I think it's very, very early in this particular innovation journey, and you're going to have lots of different players emerging. They're going to try to do different things in stablecoins and in crypto more broadly. But I think ultimately what emerges from that scrum are a smaller number of at-scale, globally embraced forms of measure, and we have yet to see how all that's going to play out.
Yeah, but will it require new product delivery modalities, for example, and therefore change the unit economics?
I think our belief, as you go through a lot of the other innovations that Jim mentioned earlier, is that we'll be able to put our stack to work, our brand to work, our billions of points of connectivity to work, to enable people to pay the way that they want to pay, or enable merchants to be paid the way that they want to pay. That's what we've done historically. That's how we've enabled the growth of other types of innovations. And we believe in this particular instance, that'll be what we'll be able to provide to the stablecoin ecosystem and the crypto community more broadly.
Well, there's no doubt, Ryan, that you are very much involved with stablecoin, and you make a point of that in all your presentations. But let's just look at what some research says. Cowen, the push to instant payments is inevitable, represents a risk to Visa and MasterCard. Mizuho, bank-to-bank stablecoin transfer bypasses you directly. Circle, of course, is saying that they don't need you at all. Stablecoins provide more efficient payments networks, blockchain. I know that you provide a value, particularly to the consumer. These all seem to indicate that everybody wants to bypass you, but I don't ever hear the customer wanting to bypass you.
Yeah, I think the beauty of what we've built together with our partners is a broad-based payment ecosystem that people know. They trust it, it's easy to use, and it works. And to your point, consumers love to pay with their Visa credentials, but it's also providing enormous value for sellers around the world. Trillions of dollars of credit in the pockets, purses, and phones of billions of people around the world, empowering them to make purchases at the point of sale in the physical world or online. That is the most important driver of the consumer economy in this country and around the world.
Speaking of the consumer, Ryan, we're going to hear from the Fed chair this morning. A lot of charts floating around. A lot of them center in on travel and just how travel has softened year on year. Do you think that is a fair entry in talking about the way in which the consumer is shifting?
Well, let me start more broadly with the consumer, Carl, and then click on travel. We, in our last fiscal quarter, reported year-over-year growth in payments volume of 6% in the U.S. That's strong payments volume growth from Americans. And through the last 2.5 months or so, that strong growth has continued. So consumer spending in the country remains strong, despite the fact, of course, that consumers are more worried. They're more uncertain. You see that in the consumer sentiment data, but unemployment remains very low. Employment is strong, wage growth remains strong, inflation has moderated, and we see strong consumer spending. There's been some ups and downs in different segments. We did see a bit of a pullback in travel, but we've seen some stronger growth in other sectors. So overall, payments volume growth in the U.S. remains strong, and we remain optimistic. That could change, of course. Things could change quickly, but as we sit here today, consumer remains strong in the U.S., payment volume growth remains strong.
Well, Ryan, is it possible that when I read an article about Walmart and Amazon being interested, that really is jousting, that they're trying to get your interchange fee down? And would you ever do that if large customers like Walmart and Amazon said, listen, we are going to go to stablecoin and we're going to cut you out unless you give us a lower interchange fee?
We're always managing our business globally in the U.S. and around the world, balancing economics that maximize the output on our network. And that's what we're always doing. That's what we've done for our history. Jim, there's going to be a lot of rumors. There's going to be a lot of things that people are going to talk about that could happen or should happen. You know, I would just encourage you and your viewers and investors more broadly, focus on the facts, focus on what's happening, focus on the opportunity of where things are going. And I think when you do that, you look at Visa as one of, if not the most important stacks and ecosystems to drive commerce in this country and around the world, and one that is going to continue to be embraced by sellers, by financial institutions, and by consumers around the world.
Now I want the points. Where's the points with the stable coin? How many points do I get with the stable coin there, Ryan?
It's a lot of points for friction, potentially,
Yeah, and Jim, I mean, a little bit to your point, you talk to a lot of people. Have you come across anyone that is clamoring to pay for something, their groceries, or to buy a new jacket in the U.S. using a stable coin? Have you come across any of these people?
No, because if something's the matter, if it's fraudulent, I call you and you just say, okay, don't worry about it. Because I want the trust.
And that's exactly right. That's the trust. And what we've built is a widely accepted, literally by every person on the planet at this point in time, set of rules that govern dispute and fraud and chargebacks and returns. We've invested billions of dollars in cyber protection to ensure that our network is the safest network on the planet. We've invested billions in fraud protections to make sure that we've got your back. We're watching your account. If something happens to your account, we'll send you an alert and we'll let you know in real time. That is an ecosystem that we've built out over years and billions of dollars of investment by Visa and by our very important partners.
Well, absolutely. That's why I've been backing this stock since Charlie Sharp was there, which is like, I don't know how many times, how long that's been, but I got to tell you, Ryan, thank you for coming on this show, because I think you cleared up a lot of the issues that a lot of our viewers are concerned about. Ryan McInerney, CEO of Visa. Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
When we come back, we'll more with Jim. In the meantime, take a look at the pre-market here, holding steady on this Tuesday morning. Don't go away. Got a new post from the president this hour. China can now continue to purchase oil from Iran, he says. Hopefully they will be purchasing plenty from the U.S. Also, it was my great honor to make this happen. Yesterday, the president raised the specter of secondary sanctions if you bought oil from Iran.
Yeah, look, I mean, 1.7 million barrels a day go through the Straits of Hormuz. What the president basically saying, why would you ever block that? I mean, you can send it all you want in China. Eliminating still one more of the things that we were worried about that should drive oil down. I had Justin Brazil on last night. It's my favorite from this. There really isn't a lot more spare capacity for the United States. Yes, everybody would like to sell, but they have to drill it and find it, and we're still at 13.5 million. We're not going up yet.
Let's get the opening bell here in the CNBC Real-Time Exchange. At a big board, it's Edwards Life Sciences celebrating 25 years. At the NASDAQ, it's bank holding company West Banco celebrating a recent acquisition. Jim, yesterday's session for crude was the worst since March of 22. And then more today.
And what that should mean, when you have those reversals, it's not done. It keeps going down. That's been the history. Maybe this time is different. We don't have strong economies around the world. There's been a lot of good articles written about China. Danny has a piece today about how China economy deflation. So they may want the oil, but what are they going to do with it? You know, David, around the world, with the exception of Germany, which is borrowing a lot of money, and Spain, which is doing quite well, you can find a lot of areas where the economies are weaker, and that means that oil's going lower. That there was a very big war premium.
Yeah, well, we were in the low 60s before all this started.
I think we go right back.
And we may well go back. And of course, not unexpectedly, Exxon and Chevron are both down after what has been rallies, given they move oftentimes with the commodity as well. And you know, we've made the point a number of times when it comes to U.S. production, despite what may be the president's entreaties to drill, baby, drill, Carl, that is really not going to be the case at this point, and particularly if you maintain a level at or below where we are right now.
It's not. Now, look, Rusty said last night, the U.S. is trying to hold China hostage on ethane. Ethane's been stopped. We make a lot of ethane because they're natural gas liquids. But the Chinese just switched to other countries. So the companies that are being hurt, ET is being hurt. The phone at home there, David, you that little joke there so people know you and I like each other.
Yes.
That's Energy Transfer, Enterprise Product Partners. I mean, they produce a lot of ethane. It's not ethane versus rare minerals. Carl, ethane is a little less rare than rare. Okay, and I'm not talking about rare versus like medium versus
When you discuss that, of course, that came up, and Commerce Secretary Lutnick was talking about their need for ethane and our need for, of course, rare earths and magnets, and yet Ford has come out, the journal reporting at least, that saying we're still having some trouble.
I know.
Getting a hold of what we need. Remember, that was part of the Geneva talks that got the trade talks back on track.
Right.
With China.
Well, look, it could be big shutdowns of assembly lines if they don't get all they need. Well, that's what we need.
Yeah, but it could be a problem right now.
Right. Look, I think that I can't wait to hear what Powell says, because car prices are the ones that I think you're going to feel at first. You're going to feel that. You're going to feel that tariff, and it's going to be bad.
Right. Well, this sort of explains the front running we saw in auto sales, and then some of the weakness in retail sales last month.
Yeah, I mean, autos are right in the firing line, and I feel badly for them because now I know. You can figure these things out. Like, why you say to yourself, why does Ford Motor, a great company with a good balance sheet now, sell at 7 times earnings? And the answer is because earnings could evaporate very quickly if they have to charge too much.
Yeah, well, there's a piece on the tape this morning. Layoffs from the Trump tariffs ripple across the auto parts industry.
Right.
Where you got capital strain.
Right.
Trying to make do what you can on labor.
Yeah, in the meantime,
that said, Ford is the best performer of the bunch.
Well, sold
better
to you
this year, better than Tesla, better than GM. It's up 9+%.
Go buy Micron. Go buy 8.
You could. Their ads are interesting too. Recently, talking about all of the production they have in the U.S., the fact that they didn't take a bailout, which I think is worth pointing out. They were the only one that didn't actually go bankrupt.
Yeah, will they give me a good deal?
I don't know if that has anything to do with whether you'll get a good deal.
Right. In the end, that's what the customer wants.
While we're on autos, Waymo now available on the Uber app in Atlanta. And then NHTSA, the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, contacting Tesla on some of these videos in Austin where a robo was seen speeding in the wrong lane. Goldman, though, does point out the increase in Tesla market cap yesterday is double Waymo's October valuation.
Well, look, I mean, we've all watched, well, I don't know if you watch the videos. I mean, look, there's drivers make mistakes all the time. Why should we hold Tesla to a standard where there can be no mistakes?
Well, that's the big conundrum, isn't it, when it comes to self-driving overall? It is held to a far higher standard than your typical driver who's gone down looking at their phone and
right. That the car, is it questionable, David, that the car that we saw in the wrong lane, was that car drinking?
No, it was not.
I rest my case.
It was not. It was not. Although I was getting into Ubers in Los Angeles, and they were complaining about the Waymos, the drivers. They're like, they do anything. You never know what they're going to do.
Well, look, all I can tell you is that it's happening. It's going to happen. I think Tesla's right to go higher. They actually have a good product. It's very inexpensive. And by the way, Musk is back being Musk. I mean, Musk is just doing his job. You guys should go down and see him, see what he's doing.
I'm happy to go see him anytime he invites me. He hasn't. He did repost part of our interview yesterday.
Did he really?
Yeah, he did. I mean, the part about where he talked about why they're as good or better than Waymo in terms of safety and their approach.
Boy, he's back. He's back. And look, that stock market reflects it.
Yeah, I mean, Musk's point is that the road system is designed to be seen, not have laser shot at it.
Yes.
That's essentially the line.
I want to go to my partner and friend, David Faber. I'm saying this because I was on the road and people say, yeah, hate each other. You know there's a stock that has $1.2 billion in valuation.
Wait, I'm sorry. The company's worth 1.2 billion.
Yes.
Okay, that's not a large 1.2 trillion. Okay. Yes.
And the trillion's still up.
Still, yes. 1.2 trillion.
The company's called Broadcom, and it just hit an all-time high.
A new all-time high.
Upgraded today over at HSBC.
It's all-time high. Now, we should remember that there are companies out there that are smoking hot right now, and they are the leaders. And you could argue the leaders post I don't know what the 12-day war. I'm liking the 12-day war.
They're selling it to the data center, and that's the demand is unabated.
But that's what I'm saying. We're back to just talking about what's the great secular trends. It's like nothing happened except for Wells.
Oh, but look at that. That has been moving to side of the
how about
since,
David?
I mean, since earnings, really, right?
How about GE Vernova once again? Right?
Yeah.
Windmills.
We're back to the AI trade. Great.
Reiterated overweight at Morgan Stanley today. Actually, the names Bespoke says that are most correlated to the overall index right now: Goldman, Morgan Stanley, AXP, and Citi.
AXP, we didn't ask.
Are correlated to what?
To the index. The highest correlation over the last 3 months.
How well is Goldman doing? David, there's like 5 deals a day.
There's M&A starting to percolate a little bit. We're not seeing huge stuff, but it's percolating, and I think there's growing optimism. I keep hearing it now that we are going to see in the back half of the year significant transactions as a result of the dialogue that's taking place now. Goldman would be a beneficiary of that, but I make this point numerous times, Jim. If you really want to play an upsurge in M&A, Goldman's probably not the best place to do it. You go PJT, you go Evercore, Lazard, Moelis. Those are much purer plays.
Right, but I think people like the notion of a more brand name. But you're right.
Yeah, but M&A moves the needle, but it doesn't move the needle like it does for those other firms.
You're absolutely right. That's a very, very good point.
I think that if you want to play a real resurgence in M&A, and
no, that's true. I mean, maybe I'm biased. I worked at Goldman. There was a ton of M&A.
Yes, of course you're biased. Maybe. What are you kidding me? It's endless. We have to hear about how you worked at Goldman every day. It was 100 years ago.
And you had to hear about NVIDIA every day when it was in $2. You did the same thing to me. You did that same thing to me. Oh, that NVIDIA. Carl, it's NVIDIA. He just doesn't stop. It's a $2. He doesn't stop. He doesn't stop. Goldman stock is going to 700, okay? All right? And by the way, Palantir, a guy asked me, why don't I more bullish on Palantir? Last time, later on. I said, when it was at 50, I said it was going to 100. When I said it was 100, I said it's going to 200. I can't raise it yet. Can it go to 200 first? They had him on this morning. I mean, a different guy. They didn't have Karp on. This guy did not curse. It was great because it would have been double curse if we had Karp and the president. I'd say it's not family program.
Yes. We actually did get, I think, a call on Circle today, initiation, but the target was 205.
205.
So things can only go so far to the moon.
That thing, I mean, you guys have seen it. Obviously, it's down
Circle
6% today. It's a $55 billion market value at the beginning of trading.
Which you like more, Circle or CoreWeave?
I tell you, anybody who bought them on the IPO and held them is
The kid.
incredibly happy.
But can I just say that these are some of the most bullish things I've seen in my career? That CoreWeave can be priced at 40 and it went to 178. That the Circle just keeps being bought. That a Palantir keeps being bought. That a Broadcom is going. I think Goldman is going. You're right. Buy Moelis. I mean, I had a lot of stuff going. Buy Carnival.
You don't think it's reflective at all of a speculative, and we talked with Tom Lee a bit about this yesterday, a speculative fervor. SPACs, by the way, starting to hear about those again. There's some things bubbling up, Jim, that may make you a little queasy, right? Or no?
10% almost. No. I guess what I'm saying is that the gloom doesn't match the stock prices. There's not a lot of, there's the gloom that we feel, the worry that isn't the economy falling apart. Well, if you look at these stocks, you're making so much money. You're just making so much money. Like, we should be more positive.
Yeah, I mean, the gloom is data. It's not, these aren't surveys. These are transactions. But the Carnival, the booking curve is the farthest out it's ever been.
Well, what matters to me is that the Fed looks like it's going to have to cut. Because the mortgage rates are too high, and we know that autos are going to
more than expected. But what is it? 50 basis points by the end of the year? Is that kind of what's?
It's about the direction. Fed cut, buy.
Right.
Fed no cut, don't buy. It's really simple.
Yeah.
And don't fight the tape and don't fight the Fed. Right? Right?
Sure. Right.
You're just trying to patronize me.
There was actually a report yesterday of a $10 million option on a 4-1 10-year by the July expiration. And look at the dollar today, right? People are arguing the dollar also reflecting that same belief.
Look, we're at that moment when you have every home builder saying, look, people are not buying. You have autos and you have home, huge part of the economy. Retail, not doing that well, but some people are shifting and buying other things. But I'm saying the real economy's not so hot, so the Fed has to cut. Not because, what is it, Johnny come lately? That shit is, I did one, I
Back
like
to the
it.
AI trade if I can. I mean, AMD, man, this run in AMD just continues.
Because they have a secondary, they have an inference chip that's really good.
They do. There's also, I mean, I think there's the possibility of these companies, NVIDIA's already done it, of them helping to finance the building of the data center that then turns around and buys their chips.
Well,
so either hyperscalers or now what we're calling the neo-cloud providers.
Oh
Have you
my
heard
God,
this
what
one?
Neo-classical
Neo-cloud. That's the Crusoe.
What is it?
It's
just the COVID.
Lambda, CoreWeave is considered one.
But meantime, NVIDIA finally threw the 145. If it can do that, that's that area.
Although Jensen's a seller, and he has been.
800 million. Yeah. Jensen's, he's got the program. He's got a program.
He's got a program to sell. Yeah, he's got a program to sell.
Shouldn't he sell some?
Yeah, there he is. Well, yeah, but yes.
You want to be a buyer?
He should.
Hey, when I worked with Steve Ballmer, when he had millions of shares, and I was trying to get him to diversify. He said, "I want to buy more Microsoft."
Well, by the way, that was the right move. If Bill Gates had never even, I mean, obviously the world is a better place as a result of the Gates Foundation. But that said, if he'd never sold, he'd be by far the world's richest man. He'd probably be worth, I don't know.
Yeah, that's
over $1 trillion.
That's
but he wouldn't own a ball. He owns a basketball team, for heaven's sake.
No, that's Ballmer. I'm talking Gates. Ballmer didn't sell a lot, right? And benefited as a result.
That's an all-time high, Microsoft. Also, snow today, Jim. Morgan Stanley goes to 262.
Ramaswamy came on and raised numbers on the show. I mean, money stock's at 140. It's going to 240, and I don't know where it goes after that. But that has a terrific AI story. Really great. And by the way, Visa has an AI story for what it's worth.
The only, to your point, Jim, about weakness in retail, Goldman did cut a bunch of, they cut Dollar General.
That was brutal.
They go to sell RH.
Yeah, that was brutal. Look, if you listen to Gary Friedman from RH, he would tell you this is a horrible, horrible market. Now, if you look at RH, I mean, that veiled sell was about the balance sheet, I think. I mean, RH is down 52%. This is no boom. Remember, it's certain. I'm saying housing, and that's not so great. Housing, auto, and Lulu.
And Lulu.
Lulu.
Yeah.
Lulu. What about Lulu?
Have you looked at that chart?
No.
Oh, look at Lulu.
Doesn't look good, or does it? I don't even know. It's
There,
down,
take a look.
right?
How's that look to you?
Yeah, it looks down. All right, at least I had the
It's a
direction
north
right.
face,
Yeah,
it's
I
a
knew
north
it was
face
not. I
teeth
know
on
it's
there.
been challenged.
No, I'm saying these are
There's a
real.
lot of Lulu competitors now.
Well, that's
you
the
know.
problem.
That's
all
worse
these other
than
companies
that's worse than
out there.
Target here today.
Well, again, but Target, huge retailer. There's ample reason to cut. You shouldn't not cut just because Broadcom stock is up big, because the data center does not represent the economy when it comes to consumer.
Well, the data
it does
center,
when it
I'll
comes
tell
to
you,
the.
man, it is.
to the
There is so
enterprise.
much money there going into the building these data
Sure.
centers, and yeah, we had that guest yesterday from that company that's coming public. All you want, I mean, talking about the concrete, providing cement to MRIs to the data center. Not to mention
Have you been to a data
the
center?
layers. Yes, the layers
Which
of
one?
financing that are going on in terms of whatever the project is. Stargate and up from. It's not just one company providing it. There's so many different layers of financing.
The greatest
Private
story
equity
ever told.
or the alternative asset managers, the billions that they're putting out, the banks that are benefiting. It has enormous economic
No,
implications.
it's one look. I
And
think
then the grid itself.
why did Jensen Huang
And what's
call it a
going on?
new industrial revolution?
Yeah.
Because
that's before all of the efficiencies that AI is going to add. Not to mention, of course, all the jobs.
now
that
you're
may,
on board.
No, all
Now
the
you're
jobs.
on board
Let
AI.
me continue, and all the jobs it may replace.
I mean, isn't David saying that it's not all cut? Not everything is speaking cut, right?
Wait, there's going to be
There's a
people
lot of
laid off.
economic activity.
But then you look at Intuit that I've on tonight. They're actually using Agentics terrifically.
Yes.
PepsiCo using Agentics. Visa doing a lot of Agentics.
This is just the earliest days.
Right, but I'm just saying that there's a lot of things that are done by road, and that's going to be done by AI.
Yes.
Look, the late great Fred Smith from FedEx told you that the problem in this country is there are not enough people.
Not enough
people.
Well, I think the Journal, the Times had a story yesterday. There's 400,000 manufacturing jobs that are potentially available and not able to fill them.
See Dave Gitlin from Carrier?
Yeah.
I mean, give that guy some people to work there. These are really good jobs.
Well, it's only going in the other direction right now.
Everyone
as we-
got a college degree for
as we-
$89,000. I question the value. Unless
We've
it's
got,
well, that
we're
goes into
swimming against
debate.
deportations and a birth rate that's low.
Right.
Right.
Look, I mean,
And
that's why.
to Jim's point, this question of whether a college education, frankly, is
I
you know,
think
are we
that's-
not training enough people? Because many of these manufacturing jobs require a significant amount of training.
Right.
Of understand, you're dealing with software oftentimes and things of that nature. So yeah.
But I mean, I don't want to be too theoretical about it, but this is the other side of the, well, people are going to lose jobs. It's like, if you lose jobs, why not take I don't know what Dave Gitlin's offering for a Carrier job, but I am sure it's 6 figures. Right?
There's still bigger questions. Yes.
What, the ROI?
No, what's going to really happen to society if, in fact, I mean, where we end up in terms of jobs? Does it really end up creating more jobs that will replace, or is everybody going to be out of work? And what
Can
we're
I
going to
take
do?
your class, Professor?
What's going to be our purpose in life? Are we all going to have to be living off of VUI? What's
Econ
that going
101
to be?
is Site 10. What do you take?
I don't know. Just I'm
Stop
cycling through all.
using, start buying.
Well, somebody's buying this morning. Dow's at 350. S&P 6078 as we take aim at those February highs, not that far away. Watch bonds this morning as well. We're going to get Powell in front of the House in just a few moments. His testimony, we'll have Q&A. We'll get to that live when we continue.
Yeah, Master bounced right off the 73 on the hour. And now it's at 100%. Sweet between those two. Oclo's hitting the 63 on the hourly. Tesla's the only one that's got room to move. But it's about to hit VWAP. Master. It's at resistance. That's 376.07. really do not want to be in long when consumer sentiment hits. What I'd like to see is consumer sentiment, and then a knife, and then a rebound.
Rated PG-13.
Welcome to Squawk on the Street. I'm Steve Leisman. The big Fed news of the morning, of course, is Fed Chair Powell in his testimony before Congress pushing back against the possibility of a July rate cut from two of his committee members. More on that in just a second. But first, we have new comments from Cleveland Fed President Beth Hammett adding to the chair's view that rates should remain on hold. She says she does not see economic weakening that would merit rate cuts. The risk to maintaining current policy, she says, appear to be low. Current policy is only modestly restrictive. In fact, she says it's close to neutral. And if both sides of the mandate come under pressure, that stagflationary concern some have, best choice, she says, is to hold policy steady. And in fact, she warns policy could remain on hold, quote, for quite some time before the Fed does some modest cuts. And she does see a disconnect between the optimism in markets, which we see this morning, and the cautiousness that she hears from businesses she talks to in her district. Two factors, weaker dollar and higher oil prices, could add to pressure on consumer prices, but she does concede it's possible tariffs could have a short-lived effect. On Powell, very quickly, he did say that the Fed is well positioned to learn more about the course of the economy before adjusting policy, and the Fed needs to prevent one-time price increase from becoming ongoing inflation, essentially repeating his views. We have, very quickly, I'll show you the July Fed funds futures did drop on Powell's comments, but they remain relatively high for September and December. We'll have gavel-to-gavel coverage from the Q&A of Chair Powell's testimony with a big question about how much pressure he gets from lawmakers to cut rates as the president has demanded. Squawk on the Street, coming right back.
I'm here, Jake. I'm here. You didn't think I was gonna make it? Don't be packing your bags up yet, Jake. You didn't think I was gonna make it, huh, Jake? Woo! The crowd's going berserk. I told him I was going to be here. I'm just starting to warm up, man. Can we hold the double bottom for today? I'm not for sure for sure. We're not the VWAP on the /ES. Okay. Oh. You're ready. I knew it. Just knew it.
Let's get to Jim and stop trading.
Get ready to see this. Today, Chewy, okay? 23.9.
Chewy. The stars are aligning. Randy? If someone tells you it's the 23rd, don't believe them. It's the 24th. As Jim looks at the 60/90s, at $2.90.
Consumer sentiment's in 3 minutes, Jim.
What's that?
Consumer sentiment is 3 minutes.
Oh my God. You hear that, Randy? I believe the consumer is happy. /ES right here off the 200 on the 1 minute or 5 minute.
Yeah, I see it.
3 black crows, inverted hammer from the top.
Yeah, I see that too.
Yep.
The 30-minute candle looks ugly as hell, though. One minute. I'll load up the 6085s and just wait.
Let's go, baby. /60/90s. La, 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 la. $3.15. Be right back. $235. We do double, triple bottom. Okay, we're at the 50. I'll be right with you. Uh-oh. Off the 50. Well, okay, here he is. Gene Lane just went off.
I closed one again.
Okay, we're above the VWAP.
That's 360. Minute 360, test on pilot 230. didn't. I called out the Tesla call, and then I put it in chat. Oh, I did it. I don't want to get in this. I don't want to get in this cup. Look at your bigger time frames. You're stuck in the orb the entire day. This is tough. This ain't nothing like yesterday. This ain't what I want to trade in. I'm not going to take trades just to be taking trades. God, what an hourly candle on master. Should have taken it off the freaking 63. It's in a resistance zone though, so don't chase it down. All right. I'm all charted up. I'm ready. Let me see enough. I got every freaking reversal enough spot mark on the S thing fine.
Be right back. Well, well.
Yep, boring day. I've only taken that one Tesla trade.
Still in. We're now at 3:30. Through 50. Yay. Watching Tesla here. Tesla. And oh hell. Zim.
Yeah, Tesla is pinned. If you take a look at aftermarket low yesterday.
Yep.
At 343.65. They got Tesla can below it right now.
Yep. I see that.
That's the only reason I haven't gone long on it again.
Yeah. It's down 50%. From its breakout. Oh, there's 355. Okay. We're going to find out here. There's 370.
30 minutes till in middle of day prep. See if we get a pullback that we can enter long on.
We're at 420. 60 90s. Broke resistance.
Next 10 minutes is about to get real spicy. 45 seconds to the next hourly candle. We'll take some MSTR calls. Green 90s.
I'm here. Well, 1, 2, 3 on Tesla.
Mm-hmm.
Circle. With 380. Well, that's retesting support. Is that what you figured out? Right here? On the 5 minute off the 63?
Yep.
Yes. There's $4. There we go. What happened here? What? Well, $4.55.
You green today, studio? Big green, medium green, low green.
Were you spot on, brother? Double top. Head and shoulders.
Yeah, looks like it's trying to form a tweezer top on the one other. Too soon, Junior. It ain't ready yet. One more 5-minute candle. Let's say it comes up into the zone and then reverses on the 30-minute. But what do I do?
Where they go? 580. Yeah.
Didn't just say that, right? I mean, I really didn't just put that out of my mouth.
Oh, you did?
It's gonna come back, hit that pre-market high, and then reverse on the 30-minute candle that goes over in 3 minutes.
Yep. Double top, baby.
The charts are so easy to see when you use big time frames. Built in my general direction.
Oh.
A minute and a half till the candle rolls over.
We'll take it.
Yeah, you only got 57 seconds left. I think they'll push it a little bit, and then I think that the rollover candle on the 30-minute is going to be a tweezer top. And if so, I'm going to go grab puts. Wait, no, it's 30-minute chart. This one. Okay. Not necessarily a tweezer top. Could be, it's close, but. Down to 1 minute and look for our reversal. We're going to hit that 61.43.80 again. Alright, now I'm gonna watch top weights. Hey. Why is everybody playing crickets when I said I was going to post?
Back to the 9.
Yeah, I'm up $20 a contract, but I'm nervous.
Are you?
There we go. Down to the 60-65s at 160. I want to see it close to below the 9.
Yeah.
Buying goods in the middle of the zone against the trees that are right.
It's breaking out.
Trying to.
Jimmy likes.
And a minute left on this 5. It's at the top of a resistance zone, so if it pushes bottoms, I'll try to put it down. I mean, if it pushes tops. Especially if it's anywhere around the 6150 psychological level.
Well, I just hit mine, 1010. 6090s, 1,000. That's 35 minutes. 5 minute.
Right at 60, 70s. In seconds. Let's see what happens. From 55 to 175. Try to hope that we hit this pre-market high again. 185.
Very good.
I mean, what is that? It's 33%. It's not huge numbers, but front back was only $150.
Yep.
We make 30% of contract. I'm okay with that.
Hello?
What's going on? You don't message me back? It's been like 4 hours.
Oh. Let me.
I message you in the Discord, you don't reply.
Uh-oh.
What the hell's going on with you?
Nothing.
Well, I sent you a Skype call. You don't answer me.
Oh, I'm doing paperwork.
Oh, so you're working with your business.
Yeah.
So you're not really trading right now. Okay. Got it. Well, then just say that. I'm sorry, I've been busy working with your paperwork.
Yes.
Okay, go concentrate what you're doing, and I'll speak to you later. Okay?
I'll call you tonight.
Bye-bye. Yeah, no worries. I have my gym, so call me before 7 o'clock.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Ciao for now. Bye.
Do. I'm here. At least I thought I was. Okay. I'll get your messages.
Unless something changes, your hourly candle is going to roll over dead ass at pre-market high.
Sending triangle on Tesla. Trying. And AMD's at support. They're all flagging. Meta flagging. Apple's the only one pulling back. NVIDIA flagging. Okay, where's your SPX on the 1 minute off the 63 and the 50? We're watching it close here. I'm completely out of my 60-90s. So, drop it to 6100. Crowd's going wild at the sports arena.
I want to buy clothes right here. Oh, but I'm going to wait this 5 minute game line. This is a perfect 5 minute 3 black crows to the bottom of a support zone.
Oh yeah.
I mean, it's touching the bottom of my support zone on the ES right now. I don't see what this last black crow does.
Could drop down and hit the 21. Oh, excuse me.
Just lost the support zone. If it loses 21, it'll go all the way to 63.
Oh, God.
Which is also the top of the horn.
Well, Jimmy's going to jump in it. On a 3 black crow, 5 minute. That's a new poem.
So this candle closes. I want to give it that 60 seconds.
I wanted $2, but it didn't give it to me. It's 12 o'clock. 1 o'clock Eastern time. We stayed right above the 9 on the 5-minute. They're not $3.10. Boom. Right off the 63. So it's a tweezer bottom on the 1 minute off the 63. Booyah. Look at, oh. Yep. Oh, that's beautiful little setup. Come on, you cockroach. Coming in on a double top. $60.92.28, and we broke it. Well, it's going to be interesting. Can everybody hear me? Oh, God. Well, Jimmy has 609228. That's the next pivot point area up in Resistance Town. Repeat that. 6092.28. Be sure to jot that down on paper. Can anybody repeat that number?
6092.98.
28. You were close. You're a good cheater, too. Woo!
I was actually setting alerts all over the place, so I got all my numbers fixed.
Yep.
Nice. So you're coming back to the 63 on the one.
Yes.
Or are you going to hold it this time? That was a short-lived rally from the last 63.
Yeah. Washboardjim's watching his contracts. FPX. $2.75. If we bounce here, we're bullish. Always clean? May I help you?
Hello?
Yes.
Hi, good afternoon. This is Olivia Bennett. I'm calling to let you know that...
Olivia, would you please stop harassing me?
Yeah, Olivia. Boogie calls during work hours just around the corner.
Would you please make sure that you bring home a gallon of milk? Woo! Richard can hear me loud and clear. Okay, get ready. Yeah.
Third time it's switched to fully to 63 in a really short time, too.
On the 2 minute, we're on the 21.
That 5 minute here and then.
Yep. Yeah.
You got a really good trend line on Tesla, Jim.
Yep.
You got a 5 minute, you got a 4-touch trend line on the 5 minute. anything above 3 touches is freaking strong as hell, especially on a 5-minute.
Mm-hmm. It's a real nice support level on Tesla.
Yeah, the trend line is trying to push it up, break through that pre-market low. And also, you just had the 63 cross above the 200 on the 1 minute.
Yeah.
You might could get an end-of-day push here. I'm gonna try a call when it hits that trend line. Oh, in the 360s at 228.
Do. 245. SPX.
There's some volatility.
Okay.
What are we gonna have to do, boys?
Double bottom on the 1 minute. Be right back.
61.36, yes.
Oh.
See if it comes down and touches the 200. Based on the 1 hour chart, I think it will. I think it just went down a VWAP actually. Bounced off there all pre-market. My alert is set for 61.26, Tim.
Retesting.
Yeah. Studio.
What's that?
Studio was asking me if I was out for Tesla. I think myself, but I mean, you just had a tweezer bomb, so it could come back up.
Yeah, it's retwisting. Well, that ain't right.
What I really want to happen over the next 30 minutes is for this ES to come down here to the 6126. Retest VWAP because it bounced off VWAP on the hourly all pre-market. And I'm very strongly watching IWM because on the 5 minute, the VWAP and the 200 SMA are stacking on top of each other. And it's coming up to it. The 30-minute candles.
We're at 160. Watching close, 6100s.
I mean, it's going to have to happen, Rob. There's got to be some type of correction because big money agents won't buy these prices.
Can't break it.
What is it, July 9th? Is that fair deadline?
Yep. So
You still in the Tesla's studio? Time is it? 4:30. I'm gonna say they push it to 6130 or 61. Oh shit! I'm looking at ES. Okay, so on ES, saying I think they're gonna push it to 6130 or 6115. That's what I park at EAD. I don't think they'll let it go above that 6150. They'll park it at the top of the orb or the bottom of the orb.
AMD, another breakout. With a triple top on Meta. Apple at support at the 200. Whoa.
Alright. This is a boring ass day, man.
Yep. I'm trying to sneak one in, but I couldn't. Yeah, I could have got 6100s. 170 to 220. It would be my 1, 2, 3 out right here. The 1, 2, 3 on the flow. Sayonara. Okay. Bye. Oh.
Oh, new Iron Gales.
Mm-hmm.
You ready? I'm about to take some master calls. Looks good on the hourly. It's coming up at VWAP and pre-market. Love 390s. And I'm gonna give it 9 minutes and wait till this 30-minute candle rolls over. Studio, you watching those Tesla calls? careful of the 30-minute candle rollover. Maybe the squeeze or top too long to get out.
Yeah. I'm here. Okay.
Yeah, that's an insanely boring 30-minute candle.
It is.
I mean, it is almost 50-50 for the whole 30-minute candle. The sell by volume is almost 50% exactly. That is a freaking tug of war. Nobody knows what the hell they want to do right now.
I do.
I do too, Jim. I want to go run around the neighborhood and then jump in the pool and drink some beer, but, you know, it's not the cards right now.
Oh,
2.5 minutes to the next 30-minute candle. Your selling volume on that whole 30-minute candle was at 50% until the last 5 minutes, and then it jumped up to 97%. They love to sell at the end of those big candles.
Yep.
30 seconds. Here we go. New cameras. IWM is at resistance. 10 seconds left until the master 5-minute candle rolls over. It's at a zone. If it rolls over into the squeeze bottom, I'm going to take the 390s. Gotta grab it for like 245.
Very good. Well, heck, I gotta liven this place up. Waymo. Disney doing. Sideways channel. Yep, mouse back already.
He's been talking today. We're just saying a lot of plays today, guys.
Yep. Navo terminates him's partnership.
Yeah, they did that yesterday.
Yep.
They've held Tesla in a $4 range since 9:30 this morning Central. That is how tight that they have freaking squeezed Tesla.
Yep.
When it goes, it's going to go hard as hell one way. Looks like it's curling up on the 5-minute, but you also had you got a big ass bear stack on the 63, the 200 EMA, and the 200 SMA. And the 63 just crossed below VWAP, so I wouldn't trust that upward curl just yet. Yeah, dude, I think Tesla, they're trying to squeeze it down some more. They had a freaking death grip on it all day. See if I can just ship me my charts. Teach. Okay, when I look at the big picture of Tesla, that's what I see. None of which is very autonomous. o'clock, Kendall.
Yeah, it is 2 o'clock. Power hour.
New hourly candles. Let's see what we got. We got a tweezer bottom on Aquo. We got a tweezer bottom on Master. Got a tweezer top on IWM. Really nothing. I mean, maybe a tweezer top on ES. I have to take a close look. Huh, it definitely is. Above a support zone, so I'm not worried about it nothing at this point. Obviously it can, but it's not showing it right now. I'm not going to get any master calls right now. I got an alert set for 376. Yeah, it's 376. I'll get in and toss again. One last shot. Again. Alright, I'm loading the 6100s, and I'm gonna see if we can get 3 Black Crows to ES 6149.
God dang.
Forming an inverse head and shoulders on the 1 minute, Jimmy. On the S.
Very good. I'm looking at it right now.
Got a trend line right below the 63. I learned that from you, big boy.
Yep.
I didn't know I didn't know what the hell Head and Shoulders was. If it tapped this trend line up here on the 1 minute, I'm gonna freaking take some calls. Or do you think it could double bottom down there around 61.47, 61.47.25?
Mm-hmm. Yep, we're up.
Yeah, on ES 61.47.25 has been freaking a reversal zone for at least the last 2 hours. I'm gonna set an alert at 61.47.50.
Well, we have 33 minutes left. And 2 of my boring stays, which means tomorrow's going to be just full of fun. Yay? Yes, Jim. Okay. What he said.
Oh, Becky. Okay. You actually gonna do what I asked you to do, are you?
Oh.
Whatever the last 30-minute candle. There's where the volatility came in.
$26. Well, not many plays today, 3. It doesn't break any records.
Pushing into the 200.
Excuse me.
Come on, push them on.
We got the 200 at 94.63 and 92.56. Get 8 minutes.
I know. I really want to do this.
Yeah.
Like, this is a good setup. Push it all the way to the 2. That's it. Yeah, I'm not going to take anything. SPY MOC is flat, and it looks like they're trying to pin it and burn the contracts. That's 200, but I ain't getting anything. Damn.
Right now.
It's moving so damn fast.
Nope, could have got that one. 140 to 240.
Good job, you.
No, I could have, for sure. The 1695s.
I've got burnt too many times over the past 2 weeks playing in the day, so it's one of my rules now. I don't play it.
Oh. Damn. Huh. You're gonna be ruled out. We have less than 2 minutes left.
Seconds. They kept this looking the entire day.
Yep.
Look at that selling volume on Tesla.
Oh, yep.
Jesus.
It's on the news.
Another good day. There's another green day. Stuck with my plans. I didn't take the 2 trades, but both of them were green. No, 3 trades. All 3 of them were green. That's how you do it.
Yippers. Well, tomorrow's going to be full of excitement.
Good God, look at the sell volume on Master for the last candle. Oh my God.
A little bit of volume.
Oh my God. They sold the crap out of it. Yeah, Bobby, I think overnight they try to push Tesla into that 333.33 zone. You may be looking at a bounce out of there tomorrow because that zone was freaking Friday's high. I think they want to put it back in there before they let it come back up. So I would look for another $7 drop. But we'll see tomorrow.
Okie dokie. Well, I'm gonna get on out of here. Been kind of a spacey day for me today. So see what tomorrow brings. I think tomorrow is going to be an exciting day for some reason. 2 boring days, 1 big exciting day.
Hi everybody, it's Don. Hope you're having a fantastic day. Well, the minute I start this, I am in hospital after all. Well, I might be going home today, but I still don't know if I'm going to get intravenous or if I'm getting pills. They're still discussing. So they seem quite happy with the infection rate now. With the second PPA finishing yesterday, and Now they're going to send me for a CT scan, X-rays, blood work, and decide whether or not the tube can come out today. If the tube can come out today, then I can go home today. If it can't, then I'm still here till tomorrow. But they're still discussing whether or not I'm going to be in pill form or intravenous. That's the reason that I still have this in my arm. Now, if it's intravenous, there's a couple things they could do. One, it might be just do it for another week and then put me on pill form. Wouldn't mind that. Or it would be a 6-week regiment, which would mean I have to come or go and get a PICC line put in, and then obviously I can't travel. Or 3, it's going to be pill form. So I'm still up in the air. It's not great. Now, yesterday, my friend who was across from me, David. Hi, David, if you're watching. He was able to go home yesterday. Very happy for him. And I got a new roommate in last night. And I felt so bad because he has a broken leg. Like a severely broken leg. Like not just really, really bad. And he's waiting for surgery. But they had to move him from a stretcher to the bed. And I could just, like, you heard the scream in his voice, and he was clenching his fists, just the pain. I know exactly what it is. When they move you like that, you have no choice, but you gotta get to the bed, right? They gotta move you. You can't stay on that hard cart.
Oh, God.
So, we had a little chat last night there, because it was so hot in this hotel room. I feel like it's a hotel room now. It's so hot. It was like near 100 degrees here in Ottawa today. And when you're in a 4-room dorm here, like a 4-bed room, the air circulation is great, especially when the curtains are all drawn and everything, and the sun's beating in on one side. Just, it was stifling hot. Just stifling. I just feel like there's sweat coming off me everywhere. He was right away. He came in the evening. I said, he should have been here 5 hours ago. It was way worse than this. So, yeah, it's been a little bit uncomfortable. But they came and poked me for blood work already. Right there. That forearm. It had like, person had the IV in it and they came out. Now they poked it every single day in the same spot. My body's going, you know what, Don? Maybe no more needles for a while. Maybe just ease up on the needles. So yeah. But you know what I did do today? How hopeful am I? How hopeful am I about going on my next couple of trips? That I went on today. I've been on a room upgrade for my Alaska trip. Figure I deserve a little treat if I can win it. So we'll see. I might not get there, but if I'm not going, I'll cancel well before they ever afford me the room. But yeah, been on that. I had another cruise booked later in August. Been on an upgrade for that too. So I'm anxious to get out of the room. I'm anxious to travel again. I'm anxious to take a shower, shave, see my friends, and just start doing something other than staring up at this. Yeah, not the most exciting thing to stare at 24/7. Well, that's my update for today. So until next time, hope you like this little update. If you did hate one, I'd give it a thumbs up. Maybe hit the subscribe button. Till next time, have yourself a safe and a great vacation.
Okay.